Welcome everyone. We are on day 2 of our Dream Maker workshops. Today we're doing the card making workshop, so making sure you have that straight and that you've got the right project in front of you. Before we get started, I just want to pay a little bit of a tribute to our owner and CEO, Jeanette Linton. She started this company over, I think almost 35 years ago now. 40. Oh my goodness, 40 years. Time flies when you're having fun. And she had a vision that I don't think anyone else would have ever imagined what became of this company. And it is amazing. We all love it here and we're grateful to her. And all of these amazing products we'll be using today are all because of Jeanette's vision. So thank you, Jeanette Linton. We love you. And I also want to remind you what you need to do today to be able to be entered into the prize drawings. And you need to like this video. So you can just do that right at the top. You also need to comment at least once, and you want to share this video with your friends. And all of those things are getting you little entries into the prize drawings today, and we will be doing some giveaways throughout the afternoon today. So I hope that gets you excited too, because who doesn't love free product? Now that we got 2 really great things taken care of, I think we should dig right in and get going on this card workshop. So I wanted to tell you quickly, if you don't have your instructions printed and you do want them next to you, where you can find them. If you go to your Makers Workshop or closetomyheart.com, at the top of the page, you will see a little drop-down menu that says More. If you click on that, you will also see a link in that drop-down menu that says Workshop Guides. And if you click on that, they're alphabetized. So you can find the Dream Maker Card Making Workshop Guide in there if you want to open it up or have it on a different device or print it. Otherwise, you can just follow right along with us. All of those things work. But I wanted to make sure you knew where to find it. We had a lot of questions on that on Monday. Okay, let's get started. I am going to be cutting with you today and doing some of the prep work. And then Monica, who is hosting with me today and who is our president.
Hi, I'm here.
Did you turn on your mic?
I did.
Okay, awesome. I couldn't tell that it was louder. And so we will be doing that together today. Monica will be assembling and creating the cards with you. It's going to be a lot of fun, and these cards are beautiful. And so let's get started. Grab your packet. In your packet, you are going to have cards and envelopes as well as paper. And I think you were able to buy this bundle with or without the stamp set. And then there are stencils we're using. So there are all kinds of fun things going on here today. And we're going to, in my portion today, we won't need the cards and envelopes. You'll need that when Monica comes on a little bit later. We will need the papers. We will also be using the stencil. Now you may be going, wait, my stencil is 12 by 12. That is because on Monday during our event, we cut it down into 4 stencils. It's just a little bit easier to manage that way. And so if you want to do that with yours, you can, or you can leave it all one big stencil. We're going to be using these today on our cards, and I'll be doing a little prep work with those. We'll also be using these die cuts, these bracket die cuts. And so you'll want your die cutting and embossing machine close by and those die cuts. And we'll be using both sets of stamps in this prep work that we're doing together today too. So all those things will be things that you want to have close access to. I'm going to grab our trimmer, and if you are following along in the guide with me, the cutting begins, I think, on page 2. I just want to show you something really quickly here on page 2. If you are using your guide, you can see the stamp set that is what we like to call an E-size stamp set. It has 2 sheets of stamps in it. And it looks like this, and that's what you see at the top of your guide. But we're also using that second stamp set that I just showed you that is called Sending Smiles, which is in our core catalog. So you may already own it and already have it, or maybe you ordered it just for the workshop. And then this is the stamp set that you see at the top of that page. So as I pull stamps off to use today, and I think as Monica does too, we'll try and tell you which sheet they're on, and so that you can easily find what you need to pull them off. Then you also see kind of a diagram up here of the stencil. That might be nice for you to refer to if you're having a hard time seeing exactly which stencil design you've got going on if you do cut them apart. And then we're going to go ahead and get started cutting. Now, I'm going to just tell you before we cut that I like to cut with my trimmer arm down here at the bottom. And we've learned over the years here on these live events that some of you like to do it like me and some of you like to do it this direction. Either way is fine, but I am going to point out a few things to you as I'm cutting, as I get to the pages that matter. Like for instance, on this first piece that we're cutting, which is this one that's on the top, this swirl, and then the back of it is this really pretty rainbow leaf pattern. The way that it goes into your trimmer here matters as far as getting the colors that look like the pictures of the samples on the cards. And so I'm going to tell you, if you're holding your trimmer like mine, how to position your paper in there. And if you're holding your trimmer the other direction with the arm at the top, how to put it in there. Okay? Because I don't want anyone to go, wait a minute, she steered me wrong. All right, we're going to start by just cutting off zip strips of the papers we're going to use. So we are going to use this paper. I'm going to cut that zip strip off and put it to the side here, and the paper to the side. Then we need the paper that looks like a bunch of little skinny stripes in a rainbow, and the back of it looks like paint splatters. Do you see this one? We're going to use this paper, so let's cut the zip strip off that one. Put that over with the papers we've got. The next paper we're going to want is, it looks like on one side it's got kind of a periwinkle. It looks like, what is that called? Houndstooth? No, it's not houndstooth. Anyway, just look at what I'm showing you. Yes, there you go. And then the other side is this lemonade with the zip strip that looks like suns on the top. So we're going to cut that zip strip off. There's a name for that pattern. I can't think of it. It will come to me tonight after we're all done.
Someone will post it. Someone, you know how they're so good
Yes,
at that.
they're always so good to
Tell
think
us
of
what
the words we
the
can't.
stripe is called.
It never fails
Right
to when you're up here live that the words just don't come.
Hey, Ash, am I good? Am I too loud? Herringbone.
Herringbone, that's it.
I just want to make sure I'm not too loud, because sometimes we can get a little loud and not know it.
Yes.
Yeah,
I asked her the same question on Monday because I was someone that had that happen to them once. Okay, so we just did the one that had all these multicolored polka dots and then a smaller polka dot on the back. The next one we need is this one that has the swashes of color stripes. We need to cut the zip strip off that one.
Herringbone, herringbone, herringbone.
Yes, thank you everyone, because I could not think of that word and I knew that word was in there somewhere, and that was the one.
You know, whenever we have a question of anything, this is what we need to do. Let's just go live and ask, and someone will tell us.
You're exactly
They're
right.
better than
live all the time.
They're better than Google.
That's true. I feel like, okay, next paper, you guys, is this one that on one side has like this leaf in the corner, and on the other side also leaves, just in a different colorway. We need to take the zip strip off that one. Okay. Now we're going to move to the cardstocks, and this cardstock's gorgeous. One side of the cardstock looks like this marbled paint effect, and then the back side is a solid, and we're going to be using those. But before we start cutting these, we need to go back and cut the pieces that we need from our zip strips and this pattern paper, and then we'll move on to those cardstocks. So the zip strips we need, remember I referred to this cute little sun zip strip. It is the first zip strip that we're going to cut apart, and we need 2 of them that are 4 inches. So we'll cut those. And you may want somewhere that you can make, I can't remember, do we have 8 cards, I want to say? I'll tell you.
That is correct. 8 cards.
8 cards. So you're going to want to be able to make 8 different piles as we cut, and that way you can just grab the pile when we're ready to make those cards. This piece that we just cut are 1D. This workshop makes 2 of each card. So every piece that we cut, we'll be cutting 2 of. And what we'll do though is when we assemble, we'll just assemble 1 of each card, and then that way you'll know how to do it, and you can go back and do your second grouping later, so you don't have to watch us do the exact same thing twice. Okay, then the next zip strip we need is the one that is this pretty pinkish red color that has a little bit of a chevron look. They look like leaves actually that form kind of a chevron. And we need 2 pieces from this one that are 5¼ inches. I just always use a pencil when I mark my pieces, and I do like to mark them with the piece that they are on the side that we're not using them on. And then that way I know that I'm grabbing the correct piece when it's time to assemble. So these two are 4G. So I've got room for all those piles. Okay, then the next zip strip we need is this really pretty kind of ombre of this lagoon color where it's got 3 stripes, a dark, medium, and a light. And on this one, we need 2 pieces that are 5½. These 2 pieces are 5D, like David. So that takes care of what we need to cut zip strip wise. So the rest of the zip strips you can just move to your extras pile, your leftover pile, and then you'll have them to make some other fun things out of later on your own. We are ready to move to paper. And if you did what I did as we cut the paper and just kept stacking it, if you just flip your paper over, you're going to have them in the order we need them. We're going to start with this one that has the beautiful rainbow marbled look on one side and the leaves on the other. And we're going to cut with the leaves facing up and with the leaves going side to side like you see mine. Now here's where I do need to tell you exactly how to put this into your trimmer, because if you're cutting the direction I am, you're going to put it in so that it looks like this, okay? If you're cutting this direction, it's going to go like this. What matters is that your first cut is with the pink area, okay? So I'm going to put this in and I'm going to put it at 2 inches. And you can see I've got my leaves going sideways and the piece I'm cutting is on the pink and red area, okay? So we're going to cut a 2-inch strip. Then we're going to take that 2-inch strip and we're going to turn it sideways and we're going to cut 2 pieces that are 4¼ each. This little guy's the leftover. Now we're going to do something kind of tricky. I want you to lay them right here, like they're going up and down on your sheet. And I want on the top one, at the top right corner, make a tiny little notch, and the bottom left. Then on this one, we're going to make a little one at the top left corner and the bottom right. And on those 2 pieces, we are going to cut them on those diagonals. So on this top one, we're going to start at the upper right corner and cut to the bottom left. You can just make sure both of those are right in that cutting trough or cutting groove so that we can cut that and it's going to just bisect those corners just like this. Okay, these 2 pieces are 2A. So turn them over. You can make a 2A. We're going to use these on the leaf side. Then put those for us in your stack for number 2. And then we're going to take this second one and we're going to start at the top left and go to the bottom right. And these guys are 2H. We started out with something a little tricky, and we have a couple more cuts like that throughout the workshop, but that's the only one on this paper. Okay, now what we're going to do is the part that we're going to cut, we're going to put in, and it needs to go to 3 inches. So when you cut it, you're going to have 3 inches of the pink and the purple together, okay? We're going to cut that at 3. Then we're going to turn it the other direction, and we need to cut each of these at 1¼ So 2 pieces that are 1 1/4. Those 2 pieces are for B, like boy. And I do use a pencil just in case something ever gets labeled on the wrong side. And that way I can erase it and it's not a problem. Okay, then this piece that we cut off is leftover. Now we're going to put our paper in the trimmer where we've got just the very edge of the blue going into the lagoon. And we're going to cut 2 1-inch strips. 1 inch, 1 inch. And then each of these we're going to cut at 4 7/8. You could get those out of one strip together, but our cutting guide has us do it in 2. So I'm just going to follow the cutting guide. And if you, as we go, think, oh, I could save a little paper, then you go right ahead and cut it how it feels most efficient to you. I'm just going to follow our instructions. These 2 pieces are 3C, and we're actually using those 2 pieces on this back side here. So I'm going to turn it and do 3C on the leaf side and start a step for project 3. Now what we have left here is this piece that has the orange, yellow, and green, and it should be 5 inches long. So if you just want to double check yourself, mine is 5 inches long. And we want to turn it now, and we're going to do 2 pieces that are 3 3/4. These 2 pieces are 6B, like boy. We're going to use them on the leaf side, so I'll label them over here on the marbled side. Then we need, with this piece that we still have, you should have the stripes of color going the direction you see mine. We're going to cut 2 pieces that are 1 1/8. And the 8th line is the halfway mark between the 1 inch and the 1 1/4 inch. Okay, so these 2 pieces we're actually using on that back side. So we're going to label them on the front with 6C, or on the leaf side. Oops, I did not write C, I wrote B. Monica would not like me later. And I know, I'm just trying to play tricks on my boss. Let's see, that's it for that paper. Our next paper that we need is this one that has these skinny little stripes and the splatters on the back. We want to cut with our blue end going in the cutter at 1 inch. So we're going to cut 1 inch off the blue end with our stripes going vertically. Then we're going to cut 2 pieces that are 3 inches from here. And those 2 pieces, this guy's leftover. These 2 pieces that we just cut that are 3 inches are 4F. Okay, then we're going to put this in. And so now we're going to cut the piece that you see here that has blues and greens. That's where the next cut's going to be from. And we're going to go to 2 1/8. So halfway between the 2 inch and 2 1/4 inch mark. Cut that all the way to the top. And then we need 2 pieces that are 5 1/2. So that little guy's left over, and these 2 pieces we're actually going to be using on the paint splatter side, so we'll label them here on the stripy side with 5A. All right, now we are going to take this paper and turn it so that our next cut comes out of the end that has the pink and the red. And we're going to put this in our trimmer at 4 1/4. Okay, 4 1/4. We're going to do another one of those cuts like we did on the first paper where we cut a piece and then do some diagonal cutting. And we are going to turn this to its side and cut it at 2 inches, 2 pieces that are 2 inches. Okay, now I want you to turn these so that the red is on the right, and we're going to make a cut from the upper right-hand corner to the left, upper right-hand corner to the left. So you'll have most of the red and the pink tapers to the little. And those are going to be the more pieces we need. So upper right to lower left with the red on the right side. I'm going to do the same thing with this one. From that top corner to the bottom corner there on the diagonal. And we are going to use the pieces that have more red showing. These 2 pieces, the 2 we cut off that have more of the pink, those are scraps. These 2 are the ones we're going to use. These are going to be 2D like David. So I'm going to just write that on my pieces on the back on the paint splatter side and add those to project 2. And that's it for this paper. All of the rest of that is leftover. Okay, now we're going to turn to our piece that has the herringbone, which you guys all were so nice to help me with. And we want our herringbone going vertically right now. And we're going to put it in our trimmer at 1 inch. I'm just doing that on the opposite side of the cutting of the blade. 1 inch. And then we need 2 pieces that are 3 inches from there. So the longer piece is left over. These 2 3-inch pieces that we just cut, we're going to use on this periwinkle herringbone side. So label them on the yellow side with 4D like David. Okay, now we're going to go back where we were. We've got our herringbone going vertically, those stripes, and we are going to put this in at 5.5 inches. Piece we just cut off is left over. The 5.5 inch piece we need to turn and cut 2 pieces that are 2 1/8. So halfway between the 2 inch mark and the 2 1/4 inch mark. And then this large piece is left over. These 2 pieces we're actually using on the lemonade side, so we'll label them here on this side with 5B like boy. All right, and that is, I just cut the wrong piece. Pretend that didn't happen. We're gonna just rewind. I looked to the next piece. We got the first 2 pieces right. These 2 pieces are wrong. It's okay. Don't worry. We can still get what we need out of what's over here. We need our piece that's 5.5 inch wide, which we just cut those from. And we need, no, that's right. No, it's not. You guys, it's already been a long day. We're just starting. We need a piece that's 5 inches wide. So take the one that's the long one. Oh, I should be checking these off as I go. We need a 5 inch piece. This long piece that we haven't cut up is still got plenty of space on here. So 5 inches. Woo! That was a test. We're going to take that 1/2 inch piece, put it in our leftovers, and I'm going to triple check myself before this cut. We're going to turn it and cut it at 3 3/4.
I walked out for 1 minute.
1 minute and I messed up.
I'm looking at the comments. There are 5 inches.
They were like, what is she doing? Okay, so then this is left over. We have 2 pieces now that are 5 inches by 3 3/4. We are using those on the lemonade side, so label them on the periwinkle side with 7C. And hopefully that's going to be my only boo-boo today, you guys. Luckily, we were able to fix it. Now, let's move to the next paper. We want this paper on the little polka dots. The back side will be the big polka dots. And we're going to put this in our trimmer at 1 inch. Do it on the other side. That'll help me hold it a little more stable. And we're going to cut 2 pieces that are 3 inches long. Oh, that also means that I labeled that other piece wrong. We're going to fix that right now. Okay, so these 2 are 4D like David, which is what I had you label those ones just a minute ago from the piece that I was looking at the wrong one. So these that have the yellow that I had you label with 4D are actually 4E. I think we're done fixing our mistakes. And when I say our, I mean my mistake. Okay, so the 2 that we labeled on the lemonade side that were 1 by 3 are 4E. The 2 that we just cut out of the polka dot paper are 4D. And that I think will not make Monica really mad at me later. Okay.
Like, Karen, I'm missing this piece.
I'll come up and help if I blew it. Okay, this next piece we are going to cut at 5.5 inches. This is going to feel like deja vu because we just did this on the wrong paper. Okay, 5.5. Then we're going to take it and turn it the other direction and cut 2 1/8, which is halfway between the 2 and the 2 1/4. And these 2 we are using on the big polka dot side. So we'll label here on the little polka dots with 5B like boy. Okay, I think we've now gotten through that little bump in the road. And we're done with this piece of paper. We are ready to move on to this gorgeous rainbow swashy stripe one. Okay, I want you to hold it like this. And we are going to put this in our trimmer on the green side at 4 1/4. The rest of this is leftover, so this beautiful piece would be so pretty on a scrapbook page or something. Then we're going to take this one and we are going to turn it so that it's like you see it in my hand, and we're going to cut it at 2 inches. We got to do another one of those diagonal cuts, but this time we're using both sides of that cut. So cut it from the upper right to the lower left. And both of these pieces, we're actually going to use it on that pinkish side on the back side. You can label both of those with 2E. All right, then we also need from this, we are going to cut a 3-inch cut. Okay, and then we're going to set this over to the side. We're going to use that to do a thin cut in just a little bit. So just set that into a stack that can be just for thin cuts, and this piece is left over. Okay, we've got one last piece of our pattern paper, and we want it to be like you see it in my hand right now, with the blue side over on the right side and the yellow and purple over on the left. And we're going to make 2 1-inch cuts out of this from the yellow and purple side. This whole piece is scrap. I love that there's so many big pieces left that you can use for so many other things. And then I'm going to quickly look at card 4 because I want to see what end of the paper the other side should land on. Card 4. Looks like we want that to be on this purple end, okay? So let's cut 2 pieces that are 3 inches from the purple end of each of those. And these 2 pieces are 4C, so I'm going to turn those to the red side, pink side, and label 4C. And then these are left over. Okay, now we are ready, excuse me, to move on to our cardstock. So let's start with this one. This is called Rosie. This is actually a sneak peek. We have new colors that come out each year, and we released this color early just for this collection. So Rosie is a new friend to meet, and we are going to put this into our trimmer at 4¼ inches. Then take that 4¼ inch, and we're going to cut 2 pieces off that are 5½. Those 2 pieces that we just cut, these large pieces, are 1A, and we're going to use them on the marbly side. So let's label them on the solid side with 1A. Then we're going to take this piece that we just had, and we need it to be 3/4 inch wide. So we're going to just move it over slightly and cut it so it's 3/4 instead of 1. So that little skinny strip we just cut off is left over. And then turn it and cut 2 pieces that are 1½. So you'll have 2 pieces that are 1½ by 3/4. And then you'll have one little piece that's left over. These 2 pieces that are 1½ by 3/4 are 1G. So I'm going to label those on the solid side with 1G, because we'll use that marbled side, and add those over there in the stack for project 1. Now with this part that we have left, we're going to do some more of those diagonal kind of cuts. We're going to put this in at 4¼ inches. This piece is left over. And we're going to take this piece and turn it and make 4 cuts that are 2 inches. Okay. Then you have this square left over. We don't need that square. We do need these 4 2-inch ones. So let's lay them right here like this. The top 2, we are going to cut from the right to the left, upper right to lower left. Just marking so I don't forget. And the bottom 2, upper left to lower right. I honestly don't know if it matters that much, but I'm following the cutting guide for you so that we don't make a mistake if it does matter on this one. I think this one maybe would be okay no matter what. Okay, so let's start with the top one. We need to go from the upper right to the lower left. And these 2 pieces we're going to use on the marbly side. So label them both with 2B like boy on the solid side. And add those to your stack. Then the second one, we're going to do the same thing again, top right to lower left. Always better to be safe than sorry, right? I'm going to do it exactly like the cutting guide so that if it does matter, we're safe. Okay, and these 2 pieces, again, we're going to use it on the marble side, so label it on the solid side with both of these as 2F. Okay, now these 2 are the ones we're going to go upper left to lower right. This one, these 2 pieces are 2C. And then our last one here, again, upper left to lower right. These are going to be 2G, both of those. That's it for that first piece of cardstock. And we're ready now to move to our ballerina cardstock, which is this really beautiful soft pink. And we're going to start by putting it into our trimmer at 4¼ inches. And this large piece is left over. Then we're going to cut 2 pieces from this that are 5½. The size of a standard card front is 4¼ by 5½. So you're going to see that we're cutting a few of those pieces throughout that are going to get mounted on the front of the card. These are 3A. And then this little 1-inch strip is left over. Now, actually, take that big piece back that I told you was left over. We do need a 3-inch strip from that we're going to be doing some stenciling and cutting on. So cut that and set it over kind of by where your die cut pile is that you were making. This one doesn't get die cut, but we do have to do some prep to that piece. Now that's left over. Okay, now we want the periwinkle. Now there's 3 pieces of paper in here that are kind of in the blue spectrum. Periwinkle is the one that's more purple. Lagoon is the darker of the other 2 blues, and Glacier is the lighter. So if you just grab this one that's more purple, that's the one we'll need right now. We're going to put this in our trimmer at 4¼ Then turn it the other way, and we need 2 pieces that are 5½. Got a 1-inch little strip that's left over. These 2 pieces are 4A. All right, then with what we've got left here, we're going to put it in at 3¾ Then we need 2 pieces that are 5 inches. So you're going to end up with a 2-inch leftover piece. And these 2 pieces we're going to label on the marble side. We're going to use them on the solid side. And these will be 3B, like boy. And this strip is left over. All right, the next one we need is called Sundance. It's the really gorgeous golden orangey yellow. We're going to start out with a 4¼ inch cut from this one. Then turn it and do 2 pieces that are 5½. This is left over, and these 2 pieces that we just cut are 6A. All right, then we also need a strip that is 8 inches long. No, sorry, 3¼ inches wide. And we're going to use this for die cutting. So you can add that to your papers that you have for your die cutting. And then this is left over. Now we're going to go to the Glacier, which is the lighter of the 2 blues that you have left. So this one. We need a 4¼ inch cut. Then we're going to turn that and cut 2 5½ inch pieces again. That little guy's a leftover, and those 2 pieces that we just cut are 7A. So I'll label them on the solid side with 7A. And this is leftover. And now we need the Lagoon cardstock, which is the only one you've got left that's a color. It's the darker of the blues. And we are again going to go in at 4¼ and then 2 pieces that are 5½. This guy's leftover, and we're going to label these 2 with 8A. Then we need a strip that is 3¼ inches. This is leftover, and that 3¼ inch strip we're going to use for die cuts. So we'll put that over with our die cut pile. Now we have some white daisy cardstock to cut. So let's move over here, and we are going to put this in our trimmer at 4 inches. And that 4-inch strip, we're going to turn and cut 2 pieces that are 3½. These 2 pieces are 1B, like boy. Yes, these I'm going to put over with my stack of die cuts. We're not die cutting them, but they are going to be pieces that we need to prep. So I'm just going to put those over here instead of in stack for card 1 until we get those prepped. Now we need 2 pieces that are still 4 inches wide. So your piece should look like mine looks right now, going this direction. And we need 2 pieces that are 1/4 inch by 4¼ Sorry, 1/4 inch by 4, which is how wide that was. 1/4 inch by 4. Those 2 little guys are 1C.
Erin?
Yes.
Someone mentioned, and I'm not sure because I stepped out again, I'm sorry, but that there's 2 tiny pieces on Sundance that are 1H that may not have been cut.
Let's look. They might be right. I feel like I'm just like right on track today to make a million mistakes.
Sundance piece 1H.
Oh, you are right. You guys want to grab your leftover?
Thank you, Jennifer.
Good catch. Let's grab that leftover Sundance. Just set that guy aside for a second. The leftover Sundance, we need 2 pieces that are 1/2 inch by 1¼ So I'm going to put this in my trimmer at 1/2. One of those you can just add back to your leftover pile, and then you need to go 2 pieces that are 1¼ And those 2 pieces are 1H. Thank you, whoever caught me. There might have been multiples
Thanks
of you.
to Jennifer.
Okay, now let's go back to this white piece. We are now where we want to turn our paper so that we go to 3½ inches. So it should go tall in your trimmer. We're going to go to 3½ inches. That's leftover. Then we turn it back the other direction, and we need 2 pieces that are 1/2 inch, 3½ by 1/2. And these are 7E. Okay, now with this piece that's left, we can cut 2 more 1/2 inch pieces. It actually doesn't even matter which direction this is turned. It will work either direction. So 2 more 1/2 inch strips. The part that's bigger is leftover, and then we're going to turn these, and they need to be 3 inches. So 3 by 1/2. Okay, those 2 strips are 8C. And the piece that we had left from that, we're going to do some stamping on. This little guy that was at the end. So put those over, put that over with all your pieces that we are going to stamp on. I'm trying to think if it would help us to label that. No. Okay, here's what I would do. I would make a few different piles then. We've got the 1Bs that I told you to set to the side. Put those in one pile together. Then we have this piece that's going to be for stamping. I'm just going to write a little S in the corner so I know it's for stamping and start a pile of that one. And then we have all these other pieces I had you set aside that I told you were for die cutting or stamping. The one that we need to take out of that is the pink. It's going to be for some stenciling. So I'm actually going to put a little S in the corner of that too. This way we can keep them a little bit straight. Okay, then let's go back to our white piece. And this time we're going to make a strip that's 2 5/8, which is halfway between 2 1/2 and 2 3/4. And then we'll turn this and go to 4 7/8, which is halfway between 4 3/4 and 5. These two pieces are 3D like David. And then this piece that we have right here is going to be to stamp on. So I'm going to put a little S in the corner, this one, and I'm going to put it in the same stack as that other one that I put an S quarter in the corner, that's White Daisy. Okay, now we still have this piece left. We need to go to 5 1/8 with it tall like this. 5 1/8 is halfway between the 5 and the 5 1/4. Just trying to make sure I have it nice and straight here. So you're cutting off about a 1/4 inch, and that little strip is left over. Then we're going to turn this and we're going to cut it at 3 7/8 twice. We need 2 of those, which is halfway between 3 3/4 and 4. 3 7/8, 3 7/8. These two pieces are 7B like boy. And this piece we're going to use for some stamping. So again, I'm just going to put a little S in the corner and put it in my stack of White Daisy pieces that have the S's on them. Okay, this next piece of White Daisy, we're going to grab and put in our trimmer. Just one second, I'm checking one little thing about a prep piece. Yes, 8B. Okay, so we need another brand new White Daisy. Put it in your trimmer at 2 1/2. Then turn it the other direction and you're going to cut 2 pieces that are 5 1/4. That little guy's left over. And these 2 pieces are 8B like boy. And instead of putting them in stack of 8 for card 8, put them with your 1Bs that we have labeled over here. Those are going to be prep pieces too. Then we need to, from this, cut a 3-inch strip. This 3-inch strip is for stenciling, and it's going to go in the same stack as this ballerina piece I had you put an S on, okay? And then that is left over. And we have one more White Daisy piece left. We are going to cut this in half at 6 inches. And all of this is going to be die cutting and stamping. So we're going to just set that aside for a second. We are ready to move on to our prep pieces that we have over here, our die cutting and our prep. So let's do our die cutting first, and then we'll do our stamping, cutting, and stenciling. So grab your die cutting machine and those bracket thin cuts. These guys. You should have a stack that we made for all the die cutting. So I'll show you what pieces you need from that stack as we go. As you probably know, our die cuts come on magnetic sheets, which is so handy, and I just keep those right next to me when I'm die cutting. Okay, I'm going to pull those sheets back that we've already done so that I can start with the die cutting. All right, the first piece that we need for die cutting is, remember this piece, you should have it in your stack of die cuts. One side is kind of that pinky color and the other side is the blue and yellow and stripes. And we are going to use this on the pink side. And we are going to cut one of the large die cuts on that. So put that on my feet. It's a tight fit from the side to side there, so you'll want to be really careful you get it on there. In fact, it looks like it slightly overlaps, but the part that cuts fits. I'm going to use a piece of washi tape. You could use masking tape. That way it won't jiggle. I can just easily keep it right where it belongs. And we'll go ahead and run this right through our die cutting machine. This is going to go into our stack for card 7. Let's put that in our 7, and that's our first thing we needed to die cut. Okay, the next piece that we need to die cut is our Sundance piece of cardstock. Looks like this. And I'm going to cut mine in half. So if you've got your trimmer, just cut it in half. It'll make it easier. We can stack it to die cut. So let's see here. It doesn't have to be exactly half. You just have to be able to fit the large bracket that we just used on top. And if you could stack those two papers on top of each other, then you'll be able to get 2 die cuts at once. Okay, so let's go ahead and run that through. These 2 pieces go to project 1. They're 1E, and we're actually going to use them on the solid side. So I'll label them here on the marbled side with 1E. Okay, next thing we need to die cut to go to our lagoon strip that looks like this. And we're going to do the exact same thing again. You can just cut that in half with your trimmer or with your scissors. And these we're going to use on the solid side too. I'm going to turn them over this time. I should have. The first time I didn't think of it till after I ran it through, but it'll work either way. And we're going to put those together so that we can cut 2 at once.
Karen?
Yes.
Question that I am stumped on. Lynn has asked, on the page before, I was on page 3, the orientation or the paper that's got the rainbow with the pink kind of. You cut out one large stitched fancy bracket, then cut. But if we're making 2 cards, why was it just one? Are we using
That's a
half
good question, but there's only one cutting. Go to that
yeah,
card.
I wonder if
maybe
that's an
cut it
error.
Let me just look really quick.
Okay,
at that
yeah,
card.
maybe it's cut in half.
Yeah, maybe it's cut in half.
Let me look. For 7, card 7.
It's not cut in half. Let's cut another one while we're at it. It's missing from the cutting guide, but we will cut a second.
There you go. You found a mistake on the cutting guide. Thank you, Lynn.
Okay, we need to find back in your leftover pile the piece that looks like this again. And let's just do it while we've got our die cutting stuff going on. Did I put my large one? There it is. Because we were just about to run this through. So let's do what we've already got prepared. And then we'll go back to that one. That's a good catch. When I saw it, I had the same thought, but I thought, oh, they must cut that in half. Obviously not. So, okay, so for these 2 Lagoon ones, we're going to use these on the solid side. So we'll label them on the marbled side with 5C. You can tell I just keep using the same washi tape over and over again until it doesn't stick anymore. It's actually better when it's not quite as sticky. So these 2 on the marbled side, we need to label with 5C and add those to our stack for project 5. Now let's go back to this guy. We need 1 more of these. I think it needs to go like this. Let me look at the card. So we might need to make that a little skinnier so it will work. Nope, it goes this way. Like that. Okay, can you guys all see that? And I better make sure I did the other one the right direction, right? Where did it go? Yep, I did. I did do it the right one. Okay, so your die cut should be going on there like that. Hopefully everybody found that piece in their leftovers. And we're going to run that through. Now you'll have what you need for your second card, for card 7. And this piece is actually 7D, so label it on the pink side with 7D. And I think that puts us back where we need to be.
Great catchers. Thank you,
Yes,
Lindy.
they are.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are moving on to, if I've got any more. Yes, we have a lot of them to die cut out of these 2 6-inch pieces. And the first thing we're going to do before we die cut these, I'm going to go out of order a little bit because it's important that we have enough room to stamp something on one end of these before we die cut. So we're going to actually stamp this and then die cut it. Otherwise, you might space your die cuts a little too far apart and then not have room for it at the end. So we want to grab our stamp set and we want the big word that says always. This one you'll need your big 2 by 6.5-inch block to fit on. This is a really great teaching moment too, because big stamps like this that are solid are sometimes a little bit trickier to stamp, and I'm going to give you some good hints to get a nice stamped image. Okay, so take 1 of these. I'm going to use my stamping foam that was in the stamp set, and I'm also going to turn my Versamat over so I have 2 layers of foam. The more foam you've got going on under a larger solid stamp, the better. You'll also want to make sure you season this stamp really well, because the better it's seasoned, the better the ink will evenly distribute on there. Then we need our Lagoon pad. Probably hiding under all the other things I've got here. There we go. Now remember, we're going to stamp just right here at the top, as close to the top as we can get it without going off the edge. When I have a larger stamp like this, instead of taking my stamp and doing this, I find it a little easier to do it the opposite way, where I take the stamp pad, turn it over in my hand, and squish it onto my stamp. It works just fine. This is raised, so it's not going to hit the edge of the pad and make lines on your stamp where it's messing with the ink. And if you've seasoned your stamp really well and have a nice juicy pad, it will be no big deal to get that evenly inked. If your pad is a little bit more dry, then you may have to work a little harder to get all that ink on there. I'm going to try and move this close to me so that you don't have to see my head, because I'm going to need to, you know what, I'm actually going to stamp it right at the very bottom. That'll make it so you can see what I'm doing easier. Either end, it doesn't matter, top or bottom. Okay, and then we're going to put this right down on our paper. And you can see that I'm pushing, but I'm not rocking my block, which is a temptation. When you have a stamp like this, you're afraid it's not going to stamp in the middle because it's solid and large. So you start to push really hard and rock that block, and that's just going to make it blurry. What you want to do instead is take your thumb or finger and rub it over the image. Because where our hands naturally go are kind of in the corners of the block, which means this center part isn't getting the same amount of pressure as everything else. And if we take our thumb and just rub that over the entire image, especially that center portion of the stamp, it should stamp beautifully for us. As you can see, it did. So we're going to do the exact same thing on this other side, the other piece, I mean. So ink that up. Hopefully those tips helped a little bit for some of you who've maybe had problems with larger stamps in the past, and now you know all the tricks and tips to making that turn out beautiful each time. And it turns out beautiful every single time. If you are still, after all of that, finding that there are parts of your stamp that aren't stamping well, it's probably because your stamp pad is getting dry. Okay. Now, like I said, we're only making one of each card today, and these words, these two always words, I think go on card 8. I'm going to double check and make sure that I am remembering correctly. Yes, card 8. So let's just cut out one of them. I'm just going to, as close as I can get to always, and leave just a tiny bit of white. Cut that off, because we're going to need to use the rest of these for die cutting. And then I'll put one still intact in my stack for project 8. And this other one we're going to cut out. And I'm going to come over to the close-up camera so I can give you a few cutting tips on this. Okay, we're going to cut out each letter individually. We want to leave a small white border. Can you see how I'm leaving that small white border on around the A? It will make it so that if you cut right on the edge, you are going to make some mistakes. Nobody can do that perfectly. And so if you leave that little border, it actually looks cleaner and crisper when you glue it onto something of a contrasting color. So also, it's way easier for me if I cut things into those individual pieces before I cut them, so I can maneuver them into my hand a little better. So let's leave that little edge like we did on the other side of the A. Most of these are straight cuts, but on the S, I can show you a couple of other little tricks because it's curvy. I'm not going to cut out the inside of that A. You can if you want to, but it's going to look just fine leaving that in there. Got our A cut out. And I'm just continuing to leave that little border around the edge of each of them, about the same amount so that they all look uniform. Our scissors, these are called our microchip scissors. I'm using the non-stick ones. They have a Teflon coating on them so that if you are cutting something sticky, it can wipe right off. Then we also have some that are just regular. And a lot of people I know like to have one of each pair, one for cutting things like foam tape or whatever, and the rest for things that you want to keep them nice and crisp for. Those, the non-Teflon blades are a little easier to cut things like ribbon or twine with. I actually use the same for everything. So it's really just personal preference. But I definitely, if I'm using the ones that are not the non-stick, I still want the non-stick ones. I think they're a must. I do use a lot of foam tape though, and so I'm always cutting that, and it's got the, you know, sticky adhesive where you're cutting. I'm going to save that little S for last so I can give you a few little tips on cutting. And also, this is probably a good time for me to say to you, I think we all do things like this at our own pace. And so if I'm going a little too fast for you, you can always just push pause. Even watching it live, you can push pause on your Facebook video that you're watching right now, and then push play again when you are caught up, and you won't miss a thing. Okay. Just about got all but the S cut out. And what I want to show you on the S is how to get a nice smooth cut on something curvy. Okay, on the S. You're going to notice that as I cut here on this S and I curve, I'm going to move my paper as I go, not my scissors. And it really will make a difference in how smooth the cutting goes. If you are, instead of trying to hold your paper still and move those scissors, it's almost impossible to not get a jaggedy cut that way. But if you're moving your paper, you will be surprised at how nice and smooth your cut looks. It's also easier, really. I think you'll be surprised if you are someone who struggles with fussy cutting and it's not something you love. Just by incorporating that one little tip, I think you'll be surprised how much easier and prettier it is to fussy cut on your projects. Okay, these letters all go to card 8, so you can put those into that stack once you're done cutting them out. And now we can go back to our die cutting now that we've got that taken care of. Let's move back over here. I've got so many piles right now. I'm having a hard time not getting things mixed up over here. All right, now we've got these two pieces that we cut the words off of. We're going to be doing some die cutting on these. And just getting reset up here, semi straight. And I should probably clean and put away my stamp. Okay, now we're ready to do some die cutting on this white daisy. So I'm going to stack these two together, and I'm just going to put the two ends that I didn't cut anything off even, so that I know that I've got everything lined up underneath there. And we're going to be doing several different cuts. Just have to figure out where I put that cutting guide. Here it is. Okay, we need to do we're going to cut a total of 5 of these with 2 layers. So we'll end up with 10 of the smaller and 1 of the larger. So let's start by putting one of each of them on here. Everything okay over there? Okay, so we've got 1 small, 1 large, a 6. If you're using our die cutter, then you can fit those on that 6-inch piece across. I'm gonna run these through. Now we can put our large one back over on our magnetic sheet. We're done with that on this paper. And we're going to take these two large ones, and I'm just going to make a stack of these. Our cutting guide doesn't tell us which project they go to. So Monica, when you are building today and you're grabbing these white bracket die cuts, I'll just have them all in one stack for you to grab from. Okay, so we've got the two large and the two small. We need to cut 4 more small ones that are stacked. So a total of 8 more small ones. I don't know if that makes sense. Hopefully just do what I do, not what I say. We're going to put that on, run it through again. You can tell we're really using these bracket die cuts, and they're such a fun addition to these cards. And the nice thing about them, I don't know if you've noticed this, but with one large and one being small, you can even stack them so that you have layers of the brackets, which is a cute look. In fact, I think this is a large, so let's take this large and put a small on it, and you can see what I mean. Isn't that cute? They fit together beautifully. Okay, so now we have our second small one cut. Add these to my stack of small white brackets. I'm going to cut another one. And yet, hopefully you're being pretty wise with your paper here so that they'll all fit. If not, you have other leftover white daisy paper in your leftover stack that you could grab if you need to cut any out of another piece of paper. We joke around here that our right arms are way more muscly than our left because of this little machine right here. Okay, so we just cut our third small set. We need 2 more sets of this small one. These 2 to my stack of the small again. Then we need 1 more set of 2 here. All the colored brackets that we cut, as you know, we labeled with piece numbers and put into the stacks. Just these white daisy ones we didn't have labels for on our cutting guide, and so that's the only ones I'm just putting in one big stack of die cuts. you're wondering why we are doing that a little differently. Okay, that takes care of all of our bracket cutting. So you can put away your bracket die cuts and your die cutting machine. Now we're going to do some prep pieces. This is where we're going to start having some fun. There are some really cool things that we get to do with these stencils in this workshop. So I'm going to just move things out of the way. I'm going to keep my all-purpose mat underneath me. You can use a scratch piece of paper like this. I'll probably use a little of both for different things, but you could do it all just with a piece of paper underneath you in case you're panicking that you don't have an all-purpose mat, but if you do, they're sure handy. Okay, we are going to start out with the strip of the ballerina. Okay, so I'm going to grab my cutting guide and go back to that piece. Take our stencil. We need the leaf part of the stencil if you still have yours all in one piece. And we're going to turn it to the solid side. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to double check on the card just to make sure. Yes, we're going to do it on the solid side of the cardstock. And we need a mini blending tool. We use others. There's a color we're going to use today that we didn't use on Monday that I just don't want to mix it with this one. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Actually, it said mini blending tool. These are blending brushes. You could also use a mini blending tool if that's what you have. And I'm just going to hold my stencil over where I want to stencil, and I'm just pushing hard with my fingers. You could also use some masking tape if you wanted to hold it into place. It's totally up to you. I'm daubing a little bit off because we want to make sure that we don't put it down on our stencil and get a big blob. So if you daub it off a little bit, then you can put it onto your stencil. And I'm going to start sort of in the center. And as you can see, I'm holding with my fingers to hold that still. And we're going to do one whole leaf sprig, the big one. You have more ink on your paper and on your brush than you think you do. And so here's what I do to check if I'm okay on my ink so that it's easy and I don't have to worry about trying to reline it up. I just hold it in place and lift it to see. And I'm seeing that I just want a little more ink on the tips so I can see that little tip a little better. So I'm just going to go back and add a little bit. Then I'm ready to move it down to do another one. Same thing again. Also, you're going to know, you want to know that as you're holding your stencil with your fingers, there's ink on that stencil that obviously isn't going to dry because the stencil is an acetate. And so you're going to get ink on your fingers, and you'll want to be careful not to touch things or to wipe them off before we do anything with stamping or putting things together. But it's fun. I'm totally fine with getting ink all over my fingers when I get to play like this.
Inky fingers are a sign of good times.
That is right. That carefully and make sure I'm happy with that. I am. So I'm just going to wipe off my stencil. Just using our stamp cleaning chamois, but you could use a wet paper towel or a baby wipe even, whatever you want. This is great for all things. Okay, we're going to need 2 of these, except we're only going to be making 1 today. So what I'm going to do is cut this in half, just like we did with the always. This is going on project 4. So just put one of these in the project 4 area. And then the other one we're going to cut out. And I'm going to come to the close-up camera to do that with you. because same as that S, we want to move our paper, not the scissors, and we want to leave a little bit of a border right around the edge, just a little one, not a really fat border. We'll just have these to add to our card 4. My eyes are having a bad day. I should have brought my reading glasses down. What number are they? Thanks, but no thanks. I need a 3. It wouldn't probably not help. I have a contact in that is already a 2.5. Maybe a 2 on top of my 2.5. Just leave my contact in and put your glasses on top. Let's try and see if it works.
It helps. I know.
That does help a little bit. Thank you. You know that you're getting old when you have contacts in and put glasses on top of them. There we go. All right, so that goes to project 4, if you want to add that to project 4. Okay, so we got that one taken care of. I'm just marking things off as I go because so much back and forth on all of this that I'm afraid I'm going to miss something. Okay, the next piece we want to grab to do some stenciling on is there's a piece of white daisy that I had you cut and put into that same stack that's 3 inches wide, if that's ringing a bell. And we're going to do some stenciling on that also with the leaf stencil, but not the big one. So we need this piece. Oh, Ash, do you mind moving back over to this middle one? And this time I'll stay here for you to see now that you've seen me cut with those one time. I think you'll be just fine. Okay, we need to do these in, let's see. We're going to do 2 with Sundance and 2 with Flamingo. And we are doing the small leaf sprig. So on your leaves, if you look through them, you'll be able to see that the one we just did was the biggest. Then there's a medium and there's a little guy. We need the little guy. And we are going to sponge 2 of these in Sundance. Go ahead and grab another brush right here. I love these. We're using these stencils in so many fun ways. We're using them to create icons that we're cutting out, like you see that we just did. And we're using them to create all kinds of layers on some pieces you're going to see in just a minute. Stencils are really such a fun thing to add to your crafting arsenal. I think they just add so much. Look how pretty those are. Okay, so we have 2 done in Sundance. And then we also need to do 2 in Flamingo, which is somewhere right there. Same one we were using a second ago. We need 2 more of this small one. So I'm going to wipe this off. And I'm just going to wipe it with something dry so I don't get a bunch of water on there to pick up with my brush so that I don't mix pink in with my yellow and have an orange leaf, which would still be pretty. We're actually going to do a little bit of ink mixing with our stencils in a second, but not here. Okay, Flamingo ink. We're going to do 2 of those. Aren't those just the cutest little sprigs? These cards are such beautifully designed cards. I think you're going to use some of the techniques you use today on these cards over and over. Okay, now we're going to cut out one of each of these. We're just making one of each card today. The two pink ones go to card 6, and the 2 yellow ones are for card 2. So let's cut one yellow one just like that and put it in the stack for card 2. And one of the flamingo ones just like that and put it in the stack for card. Get that right? Which color's in which one? Let's find out. Card 2 has what color? Card 2 is the pink one. I had them backwards. So let's take this yellow one we put on 2 and move it over to card 6. And we'll put a pink one in card 2, and then we'll cut out one of each. And same as before, just leave a little border for yourself, and move your paper, not your scissors, as you're making your way around. Just made a little not smooth cut because I moved my scissors instead of my paper.
Karen, a great question came up. How do you clean those brushes?
Okay, so there are lots of ways you can clean the brushes. You can run them underwater and put a tiny bit, like a microscopic little bit of like dish soap in your palm of your hand and scrub it in there and rinse it and let it dry. Or you cannot clean them and just leave them for, this is when I use pinks, this is when I use blues, whatever. But even then I wipe them off a little bit. And somewhere in between is I'll take a wet cloth or a baby wipe and wipe until no more ink is coming out of them, and then let them dry. And it'll still have color as far as it looks stained, but there's no color left to come out the next time you use it. So let's say you used it on a darker blue like the lagoon, but then you wiped it off really well with a damp cloth, and then you need to use it the next day on a lighter blue like the glacier. You'll be fine to do that, even though it still looks like it's got the darker blue on there. It doesn't really. So you have lots of options in cleaning them. I have on my desk a bunch of them. I don't have one for every single color, but I have one for like darker pinks, one for lighter pinks, so that I don't have to worry about cleaning them too thoroughly, and I just grab the one that fits the color family the best. Okay, I have my sprigs cut out. The Sundance one goes to 6, and the Flamingo one goes to 2. And when Monica makes the cards, if I got that backwards, she can switch them. Okay, we've got those taken care of. And that's all the pieces that we need to sponge and cut out. But we do need to do some stamping. So you also have a stack of white daisy pieces, these 3 pieces that I had you set aside for stamping. I need to go backwards here again to get to where I start stamping to the white daisy pieces. Okay, we're going to start with our periwinkle hat. Grab our stamp set. Stamp set is, one side of the stamp set is all words. The other side has some more iconic kind of pieces. We're going to be pulling from this side over here where the flowers are. And we're going to start with the larger of the 2 flowers. We'll add that to our block. And on the medium-sized piece right here, we're going to stamp 2 of the larger flowers in periwinkle. Grab myself a Versamat. Boom. Be sure you season your stamp. And we are going to be cutting these out, so make sure you leave enough space in between the 2 to be able to cut around. Okay, so we've got those 2 stamped in periwinkle. Then, same stamp, we're going to take the larger piece, the largest piece, and we're going to stamp 4 of them all in periwinkle. So I am going to wipe my stamp off. I mean, not periwinkle, excuse me, in flamingo.
Public service announcement. The Periwinkle ink pads are back in stock today.
Awesome. I didn't even know they were out. So good to know. Okay, we need 4 of these large ones in flamingo. Okay. Then we're done with the large flower. We can clean that one and put it away, but keep your flamingo pad out. Now we want to go to the smaller flower. And if you didn't fit things on quite well enough, then you can always grab some of that leftover white daisy paper that you had. We're going to take this smaller piece that we have left over for stamping, and we're going to stamp a flamingo small flower in each corner, but we need to leave space in the middle. Like this. You can put away your flamingo pad and put this stamp away and grab your lagoon pad. We're going to grab this little flower that looks like kind of like a dandelion that's ready to make a wish on. We're going to stamp 2 of these in second generation lagoon. I'm not sure if you know what second generation is, so I'm going to teach you. Don't forget to season that stamp. Ink your stamp, stamp it off on a scratch piece of paper. Then with, oops, I missed a spot. Stamp it off on a scratch piece of paper. Then without re-inking, stamp here on this piece. So you're getting what we call a second generation image, which is a lighter image. It's great because it makes your stamp pads be able to give you 2 or 3 shades of the color. So stamp it off. We need to do it one more time. Our table here, we use it so often it's a little warped. So sometimes when we cut or stamp, a little spot doesn't work quite right, and that's what was happening. Okay, here we go. So I have 2 second generation spriggy pieces with lagoon, the 2 small flamingo flowers, the 4 large flamingo flowers, and the 2 large periwinkle flowers. That's what we should have. Clean our stamp and put that away for now. And then we'll do a little bit of cutting and put these into the proper places they need to go for Monica to build. Okay, let's start with what we just finished. The 2 small flamingo flowers are going to go card 7. So let's take one and just put over there. And then the other one, let's go ahead and cut out. Put over there in the stack for card 7. These are also not labeled on the guide, I don't think, where they go. Let me see if they are. No, but I think this goes to card 7. They're not labeled, but if I remember right, I saw it on card 7. Okay, so that's going to go in the stack for card 7. Then these 2 little second generation flower sprigs, we need to put one over. I was wrong. The pink one does not go in 7. This one does. This little sprig goes in 7. I'm going to find out where the small pink one goes for you. Just one second. The small pink one goes on card 1. So let's move those from 7 to 1. Those 2 guys. And then these that we're about to cut out, I'm going to take one and just put over there like that on card 7. And then this one we will cut around and put it in the card 7. Just a fun, subtle little background piece that's going to be on card 7 with this second generation guy. Okay, so those are in 7. Now let's go to the periwinkle flowers. They're going to go on card 4. So again, I'm just going to cut that kind of in half, put one of them over there in project 4, and then cut one out. These colors are so pretty individually, but together on these cards, aren't they gorgeous? I think the color combo in this paper pack is just so beautiful. Okay, cards, did I say 4? Sorry, I had to lean way over to see that. Okay, now we've got 4 that are flamingo, and 2 of them are for card 2 and 2 are for card 5. I made a note of that one. So let's cut one just like that, put it over in 2, and we'll cut one out for card 2. Hope my notes were right when Monica builds. She might be coming after me later.
Fix this. No, it'll be great. It'll be awesome.
I was trying to make these notes today while I was also in a meeting, and so that's a scary thought.
I really can't complain because I could have been doing all of it. So I'm just grateful that you've done it.
Even if I've made a mistake or 2, Monica, I think they're mostly right. Okay, so this one's number 2. Now we've got these 2 guys, and they go to card 5. So let's cut one out and put it like that, and then we'll cut one out, fussy cut one out and put over there, and then you guys will have at least all of the pieces that are stamped or die cut done, and all you'll have to do is fussy cut them when you make the second card of each of them on your own. Okay, so that goes to number 5. We're done with that part. Now we get to do something with those 2 pieces that I asked you to keep out of your stacks, 8B and 1B. So if you did put them in your stacks, that's what you need to grab now. 8B like boy and 1B like boy. And here's where I'm way excited. This is my favorite part. Okay, the one we want to start with is 1B. And we're going to need our flamingo pad and our Sundance pad and both of those blending brushes. And we're going to need the stencil that's got the grid on it, the stencil that has the dots. Again, if you've kept your stencil all in one piece, then you've got it all in one piece. And the stencil with the leaves. There's only one stencil we don't need on this piece right here, and it's the one that looks like little diagonal, like pillow ticking stripes almost. Okay, and we're going to start by doing some stenciling. So let's take our grid stencil. Move this first amount out of the way. Actually, what I'm going to do is scooch over under the close-up camera. It will be so much easier for you if I'm over there. Okay, that means you get to see if I make any boo-boos, but that's okay. We also are going to be doing some stamping on this piece, but we're going to do our stenciling first. Now we're going to start out in the upper right-hand corner here with our grid stencil. And I'm just going to take that stencil and turn it kind of at an angle like this. So it almost looks like there's just a little diamond coming in. Can you guys see that? I don't know if you can, but if I start to stencil, you will. And we want this one to be extra, extra light, okay? So hardly any ink at all. I'm going to take almost all of the ink off of my blending brush. and just barely do a little grid. In fact, even when you lift up your grid stencil, I'm afraid you might go, oh, I can't see it at all. But you really will be able to see it. You just want to barely be able to make out those little grids. Okay, let me get it to where you can at least see it. Okay, that's about right. Can you see that at all on camera, Monica?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. We want to do that to both. We're going to do both of these pieces. So remember, this part's light. And if yours is a little different than mine, it does not matter 1 ounce. It's all going to be great. Okay, so I'm just going to take my chamois and wipe that off so I don't forget to later when I need it somewhere else. Okay, now we're going to take our Sundance pad and the leaf spriggy stencil guy. And I think it's the smallest one. I'm going to double check and make sure. Okay, yes, the smallest. Nope, it's, yes. I'm going to double check. Wait a minute. It's the medium. Okay, we're going to go with our medium leaf. Gosh, it sure looks like the small shape, but it looks big as a medium. We're going to do small. You can do whatever you want. It's not right or wrong. I'm just trying my hardest to make it as much like the sample for you as I can so that you can feel like yours looks however you want it to look. If you want it to be like the stencil, like the sample, you can. Okay, we're going to do this slightly darker than we did here, but we don't need to go much darker than that. So let's do that little leaf. Make sure that you're being careful because you've got the edge of the stencil right there. And if you go over that edge, you'll get that line on your project. Okay, so this is what this piece looks like. I'm going to do that again right up here. The second piece. Okay, now I'm not even going to clean the stencil because what I'm going to actually do is create kind of a pretty orange color by now taking my flamingo pad, grabbing my flamingo brush, and I'm going to lightly, very lightly go over what we just did. So that I'm creating kind of a custom color. I'm going to lift this up so you can see in 1 second. You see how I've created a brighter orange than what we had before? The more pink you add, the more corally it's going to look. It's up to you what you want it to look like. So I'm doing that on both pieces so that we have our custom color on here. This one I'll do a little darker and you can see the difference between the two and decide what look you like. Okay, you can see this one's a little pinkier and this one's a little more yellow orange color. You can choose how you want yours to look. Okay, so I'm going to wipe that off now. And now we need the dotted stencil. And we're going to start with the Sundance on this one. And I'm just going to take a corner. Can you see how I've got this kind of, I always need to grab something colored to put underneath this for you to see. This will help. Okay, I've got the corner of my stencil right there, okay? I'm going to put that onto my card about like this on my piece. So when I slide this out, I'm going to be covering kind of a diagonal of this whole quadrant over here. I'm even going to overlap a little bit on that pink grid. Okay, we're going to start with the Sundance. And you can do some parts of this a little lighter, some a little darker of where it's going. In fact, that will even make you like it better, I think, if you have some parts that have a little more ink, some parts that have a little less, so that you have something that looks kind of like that. And then we're going to go back in with the pink. And go back over it, and same thing. We're going to add a few little places that have a little more, a little bit less, so that we have some that look a little more Sundance, some that look a little more flamingo, and some that look sort of orange. And that's what we've got. Okay, so that's what we're going to do on these two pieces. And I'm not even cleaning my stencil because I'm just going to mix them on here anyway. I think sometimes when we stencil, especially if you're just really kind of learning to stencil for the first time, you think it has to be all really even. But the whole idea behind what we're doing on this project is it's supposed to look layered and organic. And I think it's a really fun look. We've got a light look here. We've got this sort of layered that looks more shaded on the edges because of where I pushed a little harder or had a little more ink. And then we've got this part that's some pink, some yellow, some mixed. Isn't that fun? Okay, that's the stenciling for this piece. Now we're going to do some stamping. So grab your stamp set. Just need the sheet that has the flowers on it. Let's start with a 2 by 3.5 inch block, and this piece right here, it's down below the circle swash and right next to that little dandelion kind of looking guy, this. We're going to need our Sundance pad. Somewhere I left a foam piece hanging around. There it is. I'm just going to slide this under here so it stamps nicely. Don't forget to season that stamp. We haven't used that yet. Okay, we're going to ink that up and then turn it so it's tall. And just stamp it right there, kind of in the intersection of the pink and the dots. And mine look different from each other. That's totally fine. Okay, so that's it for that stamp. Next, we want the stamp that is on the same sheet that has all these little words that's kind of jaggedy around the edges. And I think we need a 3 by 3 or a 4 by 4 block for this one. 3 by 3, I think it fits on. Yep. And this time we want our flamingo pad. And the words are all facing the same direction. So when you ink your stamp, you're going to want to look and see which way your words are facing, because we want to stamp it so that if we're looking at it with the leaf in the bottom right-hand corner, the words are readable. Okay, so we're going to ink that up in flamingo. And starting about, I don't know, maybe 3/4 to an inch from the top, we're just going to stamp it like that. Okay, so do that on both of your pieces. Okay, next step, we actually need the other half of the stamp set. We need the word happy. Right here in the bottom right-hand corner. We're going to use our flamingo pad, using that stamp. And we're going to stamp it kind of right next to and slightly overlapping that Sundance stamp we did in the middle. Can you see how that's positioned? We've got our happy on there. Now, while we've got our flamingo pad out, we're going to stamp a couple more things. We're going to grab that little dandelion-y stamp that we've already used, and it's going to go right here like that. So it's going to overlap onto your words and kind of just be to the left of your leaf sprig. Okay, wipe that off, but don't put it away. And grab your Sundance pad. We're going to stamp the same thing in the same place, just slightly offset. So it looks like that. Kind of looks like it's a little blurry, like things were looking without Monica's glasses for me. That's what we have there. Now let's just stay right where we are with the Sundance pad. You can clean that stamp and put it away. And on this stamp set, on the sheet with all the flowers, there's a dot right there. We need that guy. We're going to stamp it in Sundance just to the, at the bottom of the words like that. Okay, so you can do that on both pieces. Don't put it away, just clean it off. And we're going to do the same thing to that we did with the dandelion, where we add the same stamp on top of it, slightly moved over with the flamingo. So it looks kind of like they're overlapping, just like that. Okay, put that one away, clean that one and put it away. And then we just need the little paint splatter, which is on our sheet right there in the center. We're going to use that with our flamingo pad that we have out right now. And it's going to go in between the happy and the dandelion, and we're just doing that in flamingo. Like we just splattered a little paint on there. There we go. That piece is done. That is 1B, so you can add it to your stack for card 1. We have one more piece to do some fun things like that too, and it is 8B, the smaller of the pieces I had you set aside. So we have those, and we're going to start with some stenciling just like we did last time. This time we're going to start with Sundance. We don't need our flamingo pad. What we will need is Sundance and Lagoon. So grab that. And the stencils we need this time are the grid stencil and the dot stencil and the little stripy stencil. We don't need the sprigs this time. And we're going to start with the grid stencil and our Sundance pad. And this time we're going to do about 1/3 to 1/2 of the left side in Sundance. And we want this to be a little darker than what we did on the other piece with the grid. This time we want to be able to see it a little more. But you still can have some parts that are a little darker, some parts that are a little lighter. That's really adds some interest to the piece when you do it. So you can see how I've done that. There's some darker pieces and some lighter parts. Do that to both of them. Okay, we've got our Sundance on there. I'm actually gonna see if I can line that back up again. I want a little bit of dark on there somewhere. There, I like that. Okay, that one we're done with. You can wipe that stencil off. Okay, now let's move to our Lagoon stamp pad and a brush for the Lagoon. I've still got my little paint splatters on my 1-inch block. If you do, leave them there because we're going to use it. And I need a brush for some Lagoon. There we go. Okay, now we're going to move to the stencil that's like the little stripy lines. And we're going to lay that here kind of in the middle. We're going to add stripes that slightly overlap onto the Sundance and that go about 1 inch from the right side. So I'll do one for you so you can see. And some can be dark and some can be light, just like what we've been doing. I'm going to add a little bit darker down here at the bottom. Lighter as I go up, maybe just have a little bit overlap over there. And so you can see how what I've created right there. We'll do that on both of them. We're done with that one. Now we want the dotted stencil. And this time we're going to do color mixing like we did on that last one. And we're going to use the Lagoon and the Sundance. So let's start with Sundance. And I'm going to turn my dots so that I'm kind of going at an angle up on top of these stripes. And I'm going to do the Sundance. And I'll show you this so you can see before you do it. So can you see what I've done? I've sort of overlapped that with the dots. And while I've got it with Sundance, I'm going to do the same thing on the other page. This just means we're going to have to reline it up though, which won't be too hard. Okay, now, while I've got it held in that spot, I'm going to do it with some Lagoon, not over all of it, just parts of it, so that we get some parts that are kind of green. And keep some parts that are a little yellow, and then it has its own fun, unique gradient. Can you see what's happening there? I'm going to move to the other one and do the same thing. I just need to find a big dot. There we go. So I can line that guy up with the right people. All right, that's it for the stenciling on this piece. Now we're going to do a little stamping on it. Is this something you guys have ever tried before? All of this fun layering and organic look with stencils and stamps and inks that are layered in different colors. If not, then now you have a new trick to try.
They love it. They're going nuts over all of it.
And it's so fun because you can't mess up. Like, if yours don't look like mine, it doesn't matter at all. It's still going to look amazing on your card. Okay, let's go back to our stamp set and grab this big thing of words and add it to our block. And we're going to use our Sundance pad. I'm glad they're liking it. I do think this is such a fun workshop to learn this technique in. Okay, Sundance pad. And when we lay our piece this direction with the grid on the left, we want to be able to read the words that we're going to stamp over here on the right. Honestly, if you got them upside down, it wouldn't matter. Nobody would ever know. In fact, yeah, I almost did. And we're going to stamp this over here on the right side, right up against the edge, like that. On both of our pieces. Okay, I think we're done with the Sundance pad. Everything else we're going to do, I think, is with the Lagoon. So let's clean that stamp and put it away. Grab our Lagoon stamp pad. And we want to grab the words that are on the same sheet that are down in the corner that are a smaller word stamp. And add that to our block. I think this fits well on a 2x2. And we want to stamp this right here. We'll do that on both pieces. Okay, so clean and put away that stamp. Now we want the smaller of the two flowers that are alike. And we're going to do a second generation image again. You guys remember how to do that? So ink it, stamp it off onto a scratch piece, and then come over here and we want to kind of stamp it to the left and partly underneath those words we just stamped with first generation. This is second generation. So same thing on this second one. Partially underneath those words we just did. That's it for that stamp. Now we're going to do another stamp in second generation. We're going to clean this one and put it away and get that dandelion stamp again. I don't know if it's really a dandelion, but that helps me say what it is. And we're going to ink that. Stamp it on a scratch piece, and then we're going to let it come in from the side here onto those grids right below that other second generation flower. Still got that little splatter stamp on our block. And we're going to stamp that. This time we're going back to first generation. And we're just going to stamp this kind of in between the words and the little dandelionish flower. And that's it for that piece. And that is it for the prep, which means you can add these two pieces to your stack for project 8. So you should now have in your area a stack for projects 1 through 8, and then a stack of small white daisy bracket die cuts and a stack of large white daisy bracket die cuts. And that's it for me. Monica's going to be coming up in just a second. We're just going to give her a minute to get up here and get organized and me to clean up. And we'll stay right here where we are. This video won't end. We're just going to pause it for a moment, and then we'll be right back in a couple of minutes with Monica. Oh, I have a giveaway. Are you guys all just yelling at me right now through your computer? We want a giveaway. Oh, look how cute this giveaway is. These are the Tutti Frutti mini shapes. They have cute little fruit shapes and things on each of those little pieces. They look like, you know, those little sprinkles that are flat that you can put on cupcakes. They make me want to eat them because they look just like those. They probably wouldn't taste quite the same though.
Do not.
But they are that delicious on your projects. So if you see your name on the next slide, this is what you need to do. If you are a Close to My Heart maker, then the next time you place an order, you will see a little checkbox on your order where you're prompted to add your price to your order. You don't have to do a thing until you place an order. If you are a Close to My Heart customer, then all you need to do is email us. You see the email address right there at the bottom of that slide. It says ctmhoffice@closetomyheart.com. If you'll just email us with your name and address that you were a winner, we will get your prize dropped in the mail to you right away. And we will be back now with Monica in just a couple minutes.
Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that little break as I got set up and all squared away up here. We are so happy to be doing these cards with you. They are beautiful. Again, a huge thank you and tribute to Pamela Blackwell, who did a beautiful job creating this card workshop. And of course, a huge round of applause to Karen, who really did amazing. 2 hours up here doing all the cutting and all the prep steps. I'm so grateful. So I can't complain when she just told me, oh, I forgot to do some stamping.
I was just going to say, you should probably not tell him to applaud until after you tell him I forgot the stamping.
No, it's totally fine. You did so much. So I'm really grateful. And all these people watching don't have a Karen in their art studio, you know, creative space doing all this prep work. So I have no complaints, none at all. I'm Monica Weehongi, in case I didn't tell you who I was, and I'm excited to be doing this beautiful Dream Maker card workshop with you. So now we get to do the fun stuff of assembling. And there's still a lot of fun little building and stenciling and stamping to be done. So make sure you've got all your materials ready to go. So let's go ahead and get started on what we need to stamp. So we're actually going to go over to the close-up camera. So just get a piece of white daisy cardstock that you have. You should have a piece there. And we're going to be stamping the flower. So let me show you which flower. We're going to be doing this flower right here. We're going to be doing 2 of those. And we also need the Sending Smile stamp set because we're going to do that little butterfly. Okay. And we're going to fussy cut. I know there were so many people on there, Karen, saying, why is there not a thin cut for this one? And yeah, we're asking ourselves the same question. I think it had to do because it was part of a special and quantities. I'm not really
It also was timing.
Yeah.
It takes us a certain amount of time to get our thin cuts made, and we didn't have time before the special to get them done.
I can't find the black ink. How weird is that?
Maybe there wasn't one up there because I didn't have to use a black.
Oh,
so
it's
maybe
not black. Oh my goodness, it's Sundance.
Oh, good. I think I set a precedent up there, Monica.
No, I gotta shut it off. All right, we're stamping in Sundance 2nd generation. I'll teach you what that is. And we're also going to be stamping in Flamingo for those little butterflies. So first up, we're going to do Sundance. That was funny. And she has already stamped this, but I'm going to go ahead and season it again with just my skin here on my hand. And then 2nd generation means you're picking up the ink. So I've got it on my block. You're picking up the ink and stamping it off to the side. And now you're going to ink right now, or you're going to stamp right now. And that is the 2nd generation image. You see how light? It's kind of hard to see. Maybe there you can see that. It's bright up here, so it's hard to see. I think it shows better off camera. But here you can see, here's my 2nd generation. So hopefully, can you see that, Karen? Okay, maybe. You'll see it better when I trim it out.
Yeah.
So there, that is 2nd generation. So you got a lighter version, which is so cool because it means you have so many options with inks and getting different tones, right? So you get the true color here with Stamping Direct, and then a 2nd generation, and sometimes maybe not with the lighter colors, but with the darker colors, you could even get up to 3rd generation, which gives you a lot of options with colors, which is so cool. All right, we're gonna clean off this flower. Let's go ahead and do that. And then we're going to load our little 1x1 block with that little butterfly. So let's go ahead and grab a 1x1 block. And we're going to do the butterfly in Flamingo. And you need 4 of those for the 2 cards. So you're going to do 2 on each card. And again, this is that Sending You Smile stamp set. It's so cute. It's for Operation Smile, you guys. This is an amazing charity that we work with, and we love raising money for them. And so for every purchase of this stamp set, some of the proceeds go to Operation Smile. It probably says on the back of your catalog. I want to say $7, but I'm not sure. I don't want to, don't quote me. But regardless, just know that when you purchase this adorable stamp set, that some of that money does go to Operation Smile. All right, we're going to do 4 of the tiny little butterflies. So we're going to do 1, and this is just straight on, no generational stamping. 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so cute. So we are done with that prep step. Now we're going to do some fussy cutting. I know some people just don't love it, but that's okay. And some people do, you know, some people say it's really therapeutic and fun. So we're going to do the same technique that Karen explained when she was doing the fussy cutting. And that is making sure that there's like a little white edge. So let's go ahead and just trim these out. And I'm actually, to help with time, I'm just going to cut what I need. Okay. So you're doing 2. That means you need them. Let's see, what project is that one for? Project 1. Thank you, card 1. So
The yellow flowers, I can't remember for sure, but I wrote it on that paper for you.
oh, you know what? I'm looking at the sample, and the sample is flamingo. Huh.
No, the yellow flowers aren't for card 1.
Oh,
The butterflies are for card
okay.
1. Sorry if I.
It's okay. That's all right. We're getting it together. You know, we're sharing the space and the creativity.
That's right.
So it's all good. All right. Do you know what this one goes to, Karen? It doesn't say on here. Oh, card 5.
Yeah.
Card 5. It does. It was in Karen's handwriting.
It's extra messy today because I was writing very fast.
So again, I'm just leaving a little edge around my flower, and I'm moving my paper, not my scissors necessarily. And the flower has like little edges around it, which is cute, you know, kind of like a little like a flower. Well, it is a flower petal, not like a. It is a flower petal. So we're going to just do 1, and this goes to card 5. And the other one you can trim out later, and that goes to card 5 too. So we'll just stick those over on card 5. Here we go. And now we're going to do 2 butterflies for card 1. I'm going to turn my fan on. I'm feeling already toasty. Look at that. We have a little Beyonce fan, we like to call it, because our hair goes all awesome. So that goes to card 1. So let's go ahead and trim out.
Like the day that our air conditioning went out, I used your Beyonce fan when I had to do a video.
Good.
Usually it's Monica and Christina use that fan, but I'm usually the one that's cold, and I did use it for once. I don't know how you concentrate with that thing blowing.
Oh, I love it. I need air circulating. But yeah, what was it, last week? Was it that the AC went out in the building? And of course, it was like record-breaking heat that day or something crazy. It was unbearable. And poor Karen, she really is a trooper. She had to, here's one butterfly. She had to film 3 videos, was it? I couldn't have done it. And because she really is always so cold. Like, no joke. All right, there's my second butterfly. So Karen is often seen in sweaters in the summer. All right, now we're going to work on card 1. We're going to stay on the close-up camera because it's just going to be easier for you guys to see how we build everything. So let me just get my little station. Look at this Versamat. We've done some real crafting on this guy, haven't we? All right, so here is card 1. So we're going to be assembling this card right here. So you're going to bring in parts and pieces for card 1. And remember, you've got 2, and I'm only going to be doing 1. So I'm only going to walk you through 1. So you're going to need 1A, 1B, here's 1E, 1D. I don't know what happened there, but it wasn't me. It's got a little lagoon on it.
Totally did that and was hoping you weren't going to notice. You want me to hold those glasses for you, Monica?
No, she wants the glasses back. They were okay. So you're going to need 1A, 1B. Here's 1C, 1D, E. Oh, here's G. little guy. And oh gosh, you're fine. It's all good. Again, what do I have to complain about? I'm the lucky one. Okay, I just need to see what A, B, C, D, E, F. What is F? Oh, F is the bracket. That's right. You said they were all in one pile. Okay, here we go. I'm like, why isn't F here? Because they were separated. So, oh, that's the big one. The literal one. All right. Here is F. Okay, we've got the Sundance. We're going to use the back side, remember. Okay, so now we have all our parts and pieces, so let's get rocking and rolling. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to paint. We're going to use the gold metallic paints. So if you don't have those, you need them because we're going to need these. But you know, honestly, if you don't have them, it's fine. You can still assemble your card. It's still going to look gorgeous. This piece here is gold painted with one of these. So we're going to paint 1C. That's the only gold painting that's happening on this page. So if you don't have them, don't fret. It's really fine. You can do a beautiful white cardstock strip there or use a shimmer brush or any other painting method or tool, if you will. Okay, so no worries. So we're going to need the 4 milliliter. Is that right? MM means milliliter? No, millimeter. I'm like, that does not sound right. So this one says 4 mm. So that's what we're going to need. And we're going to paint 1C and then we're going to set it aside to let it dry. So I have got some scratch paper here. Let's make sure we move everything away. These do need to be pumped to be started. See, this one's already been used, so it's already ready to go. But we had some brand new ones up here just a little bit ago, and it did take some pumping, but you want to be careful and you want to make sure you're on a scratch piece of paper and a surface that doesn't matter if it gets messy. So now all we're going to do is just paint it. That's it. So simple and easy. And it's got like a chiseled brush. So it really is that simple, and it has such a beautiful, such a beautiful impact and shine. I mean, it really does look like it's just been dipped in gold. Pretty. Let me just smooth that out. Right there. Okay.
Everything's always better with a little bling,
A little
right?
bit of gold. All right, so we're going to set that aside and let that one dry. Okay. Now we're going to use the 0.7 millimeter. I keep wanting to say milliliter. It just, I have to really concentrate.
But that's ml.
Yes, I know. So we're looking at MM. And we are going to be drawing. Oh, let's see. This one, yes, this sample doesn't have it, but the actual instructions tell you to draw a little border around this piece, 1B. So that's what we're going to do. So remember, this is the size. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do that. So this one's like a fine pen, and we're just going to draw a little tiny border off to the side here. And I'm holding the pen and dragging by my elbow down. And then we're going to go across. And now we're going to go up. And it's just on 3 sides because this top part gets covered up. So it doesn't matter the top part. And it's just a nice little detail that just kind of adds. But again, you don't have to have that on there either if you don't have the pins. But it's just a fun little addition. Let me bring my Beyonce fan down because I need my hair blowing in the wind. You can't see it, but I need the air. So we're going to use this side up. Let's go ahead and get our cards. Oh, here they are. And start building, shall we? We're going to do some more stamping, actually. Let's bring in this piece here, our bracket, our stitched bracket, and we're going to stamp the word hello in flamingo ink. So let's grab our sentiment stamp set. Let's find hello. It is on the Operation Smile stamp set. Here we go. This one right here. Okay. We're going to do this sentiment. So again, this is the Sending Smiles stamp set. Let's grab an block. This one has not been used. And we are going to stamp the middle of the bracket in flamingo. Grabbing the flamingo ink. And you can see I work at a much slower pace than Karen, who is like, because she's such an expert level, she's fast. And I just kind of just go slow. All right, we're going to do it right in the center. Straight on hello. There we go. That up. That back on. Okay, next we're going to use this stamp set, but we're going to be doing some masking. And what you need for this one is you're going to need, we actually sell some masking tape, or you could use a sticky note or some washi tape, but something that doesn't rip your paper and has just a little bit of stick, but not a whole lot of stick to it. So we're going to do one on each side. So if our butterfly is going to be right at the center point here, so we're going to need it right about there. So I'm going to put some washi tape where I don't want my stamp to be, my inked up stamp part to be. So right here. Let me grab a block. We're going to use the Sundance ink. And because this one is a little wiggly, it's easier just to pick it up. You put the stamp with the image that you're going to be stamping down, and then this flatter side facing up, and then you put your block on top, and that picks it up perfectly without having to like try to wiggle it and make it straight. It just is a fun way to pick up that image. So what I need, oh, we're going to do it this way. So what I need is the Sundance ink. I'm just going to make sure that's covering up. And so I can use my Sundance ink just to ink the part that I want. So it's this part right here. And so I'm going to try to just ink that top part. But look, you see how much ink is picking up here? So I want to make sure I'm not getting that ink everywhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put some more masking tape. I've got the thicker one here too, along my image, so that I'm going to carefully just rip that. You could use scissors. And I'm going to put this all around here because I don't want that ink hitting those spots that I don't want that ink on. Okay. So let's go ahead. I'm going to be extra careful. Put some here too. There we go. So this is just the area that I want my ink in. Now that I've taken a minute, I'm going to go ahead and ink that up again. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this one right about here. That looks good to me. Okay, there's my first piece. So that's what the masking, you see how it's picked up the ink there, but it's not on my project? That's what masking is. So now I know that I want to mask this side, right? Because I don't want that there. And then I'm just going to reuse what I've already got. Cover that up. And cover this up. And now we're going to ink the branch that we want facing this way. So it's this side. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to use the ink to try to just do the side that I want. Normally when I'm stamping, I do my ink down and then push my stamp on top of it. Make sure my sleeves don't get in the ink. All right, so now we're going to do this one right about there. And it doesn't have to be perfectly even because the butterfly is going to overlap those and kind of bring them together. Okay, you see that? Look at that. And so now my butterfly is going to go right here. So let's do it again, but this time we're going to do it at this end. So I'm going to turn my card just to make sure I'm doing the right direction. So we're going to cover up everything we don't want ink on. Okay, let's get our fun little leaves. So this one looks like it's pointing down. It really doesn't matter. Like it just depends on what you want. So I'm going to do this one right down here. So let's go ahead and get ink on that. Ink anywhere I don't want it. Okay, got that one done. And you can clean it off just to be sure you're not getting ink everywhere. And we'll go again. We'll ink up what we need. Okay, make sure it's dry. Now we'll do the other side. Well, I'm going to use the big one down here. That makes more sense. Okay. So this one, I want to use, let's see, which one do I want to use? This one right here. I'm going to use that one. So I'm going to put ink there. Hey, did anybody learn a new technique with masking? I hope so. I don't know, you guys are probably all the seasoned people watching. Busy. All right, we've got that down. Hey, so we're done with our masking stamping. Masking, stamping. Okay, so we'll move that off to the side. Let's go ahead and put that back. Do want to be a little careful. These can rip, especially with those more delicate, thinner lines. So just be conscientious of that. Okay, let's take off our masking. Hey, that's what we wanted. Isn't that so cute? Okay, now let's go ahead and start building. Now we are ready to rock and roll. So we've already got our little butterflies up there. We'll be adding those on in just a minute. Okay. So now we are ready to start attaching. So we're going to bring in our card base. This is the card bases that come in the kit. When you see the indentation, you want to fold your card, even though it feels like you should be folding it in, you're going to fold it out. So we like to say the mountains in, the valleys are out, right? Or they have so many sayings for these. That's one I remembered. But it really does fold easier and it makes it straight every time. If you try doing it the other way, sometimes you don't get it lined up straight. I don't know the mathematics on that or the architecture structure. I just know that that works. It really does. So mountains in, valleys out. All right, now we're going to add 1A to that card base. I've got my mono adhesive here. We just got the refills in today, so if you were waiting for those, we got a bunch of stuff in today. We got the periwinkle ink, the side load strap memory protectors, the mono adhesive refill. Oh, there was something else in there, I can't remember. But we're getting stuff in. Supply chain. Yeah, gotta love it. I went a little bit off. Sorry, guys. Hold on. This stuff does not forgive either, so you gotta know what you're doing and be committed. But luckily, I was able to pull that out. We are so excited. Sometime this month, our own brand of refill adhesive is coming in, and I literally cannot wait. All right, so here is that 1A. Now we're going to attach 1B, which is this piece that had that fun little gold outline on it. And it's just going to go flat on top of 1A. Let's go ahead and get that down. And you're going to leave like 1/4 of an inch from the bottom. There we go. And now we're going to add, well, it's like 1/8 of an inch actually. Yeah, it actually says 1/8 of an inch. It feels like it looks crooked, but it's because my line is crooked. All right, then we're going to attach 1C, which is this piece that we just did that gold painting on. And it's totally dry now, completely dry, which is so great. So it's fast drying. And we did a lot of painting on that, didn't we? Okay, we're going to add 1C, and it's just going to go right on top of 1B, like right next to it. Okay, and it fits perfectly right there. Now we're going to attach this 1D, which is that cute little sunshine zip strip. We love our zip strips. Okay, and we're going to attach that right on top of 1C. Now we're going to attach 1E, which is the bracket, this one, the larger one, and we're using the Sundance side. So let's go ahead and add that. And that is, it says, let's see, we need 3/8 inch from the top. So let's go ahead and see if I can figure out a 3/8 inch. Just less than a half. Because this Versamat is awesome for measuring, but it doesn't have the 1/8 on it. Okay, that looks good. There we go. Oh, let me leave that there. And now we're going to add 3D foam tape to this sentiment right here. Actually, let's add our butterflies first. And they're just done flat. So let's go ahead and get some adhesive on those. You could use a glue dot too if you don't want to use your Tombow adhesive. And we're just connecting those little fun little leads. Okay. Here. Okay, now we're going to add 3D foam tape. I've got the thicker 3D foam tape, which is great for cards. It gives it some real oomph and lift. So let's go ahead and add some of that. I'm going to use my nonstick scissors. Add one more right across the center, and then one at the bottom. Okay. I think this was on back order for a while, but now it's back. So we're going to center that on top of that Sundance bracket. It's pretty easy to line up with the peaks. Okay, we're going to do some fun little dovetails right here. So we've got 1G and 1H. So we're going to dovetail these two. And I'm going to just use my micro tip scissors to make a little tiny slit right in the center. And then I'm going to go from one corner to that center slit. And it gives it that fun little ribbon banner look. See? Look how cute that is. So we've got one, and then we're going to do, this one's 1H. So let's do the same thing, a little tiny center slit. Then we're going to go from one corner to the center of that slit, and then another corner to the next center. So cool, right? All right, so now we're going to add 1G. I'm just going to tuck it right here. And then we're going to do 1H, and that's going to overlap. 1G.
Such a pretty card.
It is so pretty, and it really, like, yes, that's a lot of prep, but the end result is so beautiful.
Yeah,
We're
all
gonna
that fun organic stamping and stenciling paid off.
So pretty. It really does look like printed paper. Good job. All right, so we've added 3D foam tape, the thick width 3D foam tape, and we're going to add that down here on top of those little pennants and just barely touching that right there. Now we're going to add the finishing touches of our embellishment, and we have some little pearls somewhere. Have I seen those? I might have brought some in my own pack on my desk. There's like a baggie maybe somewhere around there. Look all over. And those are the ones from my house. Good thing I brought mine. And I didn't use them yet, so woohoo. I don't know, I just had a feeling I should bring them. Yep, that was an inspiration moment. I'm like, why do I need to bring these? I don't know. Let me just throw them in my bag. All right, but you should have got these, right, with their kit. Yeah. So
they ordered the card making bundle. they would have gotten it in their card making bundle. But if they ordered the product bundle, they would not have gotten it
Okay.
there.
Great. Thank you for the explanation, Karen. All right, so these have self-adhesive on them. You can use scissors to pick them up, tweezers to pick them up, try to pick them up with your fingernail. I like to slide them off. And for me, that works. They just slide off for me. So it's really up to you, but that's just a fun little tip. So I just slide that off right there. And then we're going to use a teeny tiny one right in the center of that flower. And we are done with card number 1. So darling, right? Hey, let's boogie right along. We're going to do card number 2. Here we go. Let me move these just over here. All right, so here is card number 2. You turn the page, literally. We're going to need the 7 millimeter. I'm going to say it like that every single time. 7 millimeter. It's a Spectrum Noir metallic paint marker. So we're going to need that one. So cute. And we're going to do some more masking. So make sure you've got your masking tape handy. I've got both sizes right here. I'll just put them right there for your visual. And then we're going to be using flamingo ink. Just make sure we'll get all the things out. We're going to use a large stitched bracket. Yeah. And we are going to do some stamping too. We're going to stamp obviously the sentiments, thankful for you, and the fun little sprigs there. So we've got the sprigs from this stamp set, and then thankful for you comes from this one, and that's where the masking goes. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and follow the steps and get going. So first things first, we're going to do with the 7 millimeter marker, little paint marker. This one, again, has already been started, so you can see right there. We're going to do some fun little lines on our flower. Oh, I didn't bring in all the pieces. I'm sorry, you guys. Let me bring those in. Let's see. Let me tell you what you need. You're going to need this piece that we cut, this large flower here. Oh yeah, this is so fun. We're going to make a fun little quilt pattern here. So you're going to make sure you got all the right pieces. So you're going to need 2C, 2B, or not to be. I know, I feel like I say that joke every single time. But you can't help it. Every time you say it, it feels right. All right, so you've got 2A, 2B, 2C. Let's find 2D. Here's 2D. And it does matter. I'm so glad these are labeled. So it does matter on when you're making your pattern, right? So 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, 2E, 2F, 2G, and 2H. Okay? And we're going to follow an order. So you want to make sure you stick with me on this one. All right, so we've got all those pieces and then of course your card base. So let's put those off to the side. We're going to do the first step, and that is to use your 7 millimeter marker, and we're going to be drawing some fun little lines. So we're going to go over those flamingo lines that are the center of our flowers. There we go. And just trace it. That's all you're doing. Okay, so cute. Okay, we're going to let that dry off to the side. We're actually going to be, I'm going to jump a little bit ahead just because I want to give it some time to dry. We're actually going to be coloring in some of our pearls. So let's go ahead and take one of our paints here, one that has a thicker edge. This one's great. And we're going to paint on 2 of the smalls. Let me separate those. They moved a little. So let's go ahead and just paint them right on the carrier sheet. And look, we've made gold pearls. Cute, huh?
Magic.
Magic. And then we're going to do a middle-sized one. So not the largest size. And we're going to paint that one too. Okay, so those are the 3 you're going to need. So let's go ahead and set that aside. That was the last step, but I want to finish the card. I don't want to wait for that to dry. So let's go ahead and let those dry now. So now we're going to start building, or let's do some stamping actually. Let's do the thankful for you stamping. Let me grab my foam square. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do some masking. So we're going to mask, and we want to get the word thankful. In fact, I might even use some of the mask that I already used. Okay, so we're going to need the word thankful for. So we're masking you. Okay. So this is what, oh, my fingers, look, my fingers have goobers on them. So make sure your fingers are clean. You can just wipe them really quick. Put of ink on them. It's always good to just have like your chamois or a little baby wipe or something handy so you can just kind of clean up in between so you don't leave smudges. All right, so we're going to do thankful for. And so the U is what we're wanting to not pick up. So let's go ahead and get a block. And it's okay that it doesn't fit totally on this block because remember, we're not going to use the U. Oh. Okay. So thankful for, that's what we're looking for. So I want to start masking. Sorry that you're seeing the top of my head, but I just want to make sure I'm measuring it right. That one's a close one, but I think, let's see, we might have to do like an overlap one just because of the angle of that Y. But it's really fun to do masking because it really does give you lots of options for your stamps. Now, this one wouldn't work to cut it. And some people say you can't do that. That's blasphemous. But you can cut your stamps and separate them.
I'm proof of that. I cut almost all of my stamp sets.
But this one, it's hard to do. Like you could, but it would be, I mean, you could.
I did.
She's all you did. Well, I'm teaching the masking
Oh.
technique.
That's probably wise.
All right, so you see how I'm making sure that I feel like I need to lift it just a tiny bit. Like I'm there, but just a tiny bit more. Okay, let's put this one back down. So just kind of play around, or you could do what Karen did and just trim it. Back just a little. And it's not going to hurt your stamp to cut it. It really isn't. And it does give you some variety on that as well. All right.
You can so easily just put them right on a block like they were to begin with. They just fit right back together.
That's right. Okay. I've got what I need, I think. Oh, so close. It's all right. I've got another piece of tape instead of moving the whole thing. Okay, yep. Okay. So let's go ahead and get the flamingo ink. And yep, you can see. I'm just going to try to just more focus on the words thankful for. So I don't not picking up unnecessary ink on everything there. And yeah, that looks great. So thankful for. Oh, good thing it's see-through. I got a little bit nervous about that edge. There we go. Okay, I've got the OR. No. Sorry, you get to see the top of my head. Good thing I colored my hair not too long ago. Thanks. Okay, I'm just re-stamping where I already stamped because I can see. There we go. I got it. Thankful for. Okay. So that's another cool thing about our acrylic stamps is you can see through. So if you don't quite get it the way you want it, you can re-stamp on top of it, which is great. All right, let me clean it off. And now we're going to add the U at the bottom. And had we cut it, it would be so much simpler. But I'm teaching you masking, so that's what I'm doing. Okay, so we're going to do the U down below here. All right, let's go ahead and get this here. feel like I need a straighter edge. Hold on. I'm going to flip this.
Because some of them are saying that when they mask a stamp like this, they like to cover the part of the stamp with a sticky note or the masking tape,
Yeah.
ink it, and then pull the tape off.
Yeah,
the stamp.
you could totally do that. We can try that. You guys want to try it? I've just got it now.
Yeah, now you've got it.
Now I've got it. So I'm going to put it down. But you could do that too. Totally. So there's lots of ways to do it. Okay. Or in fact, why don't I do it now? And then I'll just keep that there as safety. There we go. So do you see that 4 is covered with my adhesive or my, not adhesive, masking tape? There we go. And now we're going to take that off. Let me close that. And now we've got the U. About there. Okay. Great. That's great. Okay, we've got it done. There's our masking for that. Now we're going to add those little sprig flowers. I'll go ahead and put this one back. It's right here. So the sprig flowers come off of the exclusive stamp set that comes with the Dream Maker set. Is it just called Dream Maker? I don't even remember the name of the stamp set.
Put on the stamp set container thingy up there.
Dream Maker. Yep, Dream Maker. All right, so now we're going to do this little sprig right off to the side, again in flamingo ink. And it's kind of like right off to the side here. Oh, all right. That is all the stamping for this card. So we'll clean that up and put it away. And now we're going to start to build. So let's go ahead and bring in our card base. Okay, mountains in, valleys out. Bring in our card so you can see what we're building. Let me move this over just a bit, tad. Okay, we're gonna need to go in order, okay, guys? If you want to follow the same pattern, we need to go in order.
They're worried it's going to be hard, so you
It's
show them.
not going to be hard. It's going to be so easy. So we're going to do 2A is first, which is this pattern here. So let's go ahead and put 2A down. You do need to go in order if you want to follow the same pattern that this is designed as. Okay, so let's also measure. So let's go ahead and put it down here. We're going to measure, we're going to start at 1 inch from the top. So it's 4.5 or 5.5 inches tall. So we're going to go to the 4.5 inch mark there. And that tippy part goes right down at the 4.5 inch mark. And look, it just lines up. Do you see that? See how the edge just lines up right there? So there's 4A. So let's find 4B. Oh, why am I saying 4B? 2B. Or not to be. Thanks, Karen. Here's the finished card. So that pattern is the paint pour pattern, right? So let's go ahead and put that, some adhesive down on that. Oh, we're out. I promise I didn't use a whole thing on one card. It was already low. Okay. Get it on the edges. Okay, so the next one, we're going to just, look at that. It just overlaps, you guys. Look how easy. See that? Oh, it's not that hard. I can do it. You can do it. Okay, so A, B, this is pattern C. Okay. Let's do pattern C. Let me just put it over here, because especially on the edges, I like to use the all-purpose mat to pick up any adhesive that comes off the sides. So now what we're going to do is we're going to attach 2C to the left side of the card base, and this time it's 1 3/4 from the top, okay? So that's how we're measuring it. So 1 3/4 inches from the top. Can you still see everything? And it's, oh, did I just do the wrong piece? I sure did. That's 2E. Look at that. Ooh, that was close. 2A, 2B, 2C. This is 2C. Yep, it's another paint pour one. Wow. Good thing I caught myself. Okay, I mean, we're still going to need that 2E, so it's not a waste, and we didn't do anything wrong. We just put adhesive a little earlier than we needed it.
You were just prepping.
I was prepping. All right, so 2C is going to go 1 3/4 inches from the top, okay? So that's at about, it's about 3, if you go 3 3/4 over, okay? 3 3/4. And you just line it up. So do you see that? Maybe a little bit higher, right about there. So that's at about the 4-inch mark. Yeah. So, and it goes right up to the edge. And look at how that goes overlapping. Do you see that? Now you see this piece here, this piece here, this piece here. This is A, B, C. Now we need D. This is D, which is the stripe pattern, okay? Is that making sense, I hope? And I'm trying to go slow.
I think you're doing great.
Okay, now we're going to do 2D, and we're going to do the same thing. All the way to the edge. Let me just pull it down just a little. There we go. Okay, there's 2D. Now 2E, which we've already put adhesive on. It's ready to rock and roll. And it says 2E is 2.5 inches from the top. 2.5 inches from the top. Sure, we've got that stripe. It's at about the 3-inch mark. And again, all the way to the side. Line it up to the edge, and it goes across. How's that feeling, you guys? See, not too hard, right? Okay, so now we have 2F, which is the paint pour side, or marbled paper, whichever one you'd like to call it. 2F. And 2F is 2.5 inches. Okay. Look how pretty it's coming together. Now we've got 2G, which is another paint pour side. I don't know, what did you guys decide to call that paper? Paint pour or marble or? All right, well, I'll just keep calling it that because that's what it looks like to me. Okay, this is at about the 2-inch mark. Actually, we're gonna bring it all the way, yeah, about 2 inches because the other piece is gonna cover up just a little bit. Okay, 2H. And it is the last piece and it's like a floral. And that's gonna go all the way to the bottom. I probably should pick this one up just a little bit, you guys, just a little bit. This one's going to be our filling in piece all the way to the bottom. Okay, you've got it done. Look at that. So, so cute, right? Okay, let's go ahead and put thankful for. It's going to go right about here and it goes flat onto the card. Is the bracket piece. If you've got like a little tiny gap like I do, I'm just going to cover that up with it, which is perfect. And just center that. Okay, now we're going to add our leaf. This one here that Karen so kindly cut out for us. Well, for me, not for you. And we're going to just add that right here. And then we're going to add our flower that we added our gold little lines, and we're going to add some 3D foam tape to the center of that flower. We're going to pop the flower up. So, and now we're going to bring in our gold little embellishments that we've already colored, and they're dry. I'm glad we did that at the first. That's right in the center. Oh, one of those just slid off. Let's go ahead and add these little gold ones down at the bottom. Okay, and that is card number 2. We are done. So cute, so darling, right? Hey, woohoo! Card number 2, check. Okay, next one is card number 3. Keeping up? We're doing good? Yep. Okay, let's bring in.
We're all just so impressed with how beautiful these cards are. And they said that they didn't think they'd be able to do that technique, but you walked them through it very easily and they appreciated that.
Oh, that's so nice. Well, good. I'm glad. Thanks, Karen. Okay, so there's 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D. Okay. Don't forget, we need a card base. I'm going to bring those closer because I need all of them. Okay. We're going to use the flamingo ink to sponge the grid first on 3D. So let's grab 3D. So this is what we're recreating, this piece right here. I'm going to move this off to the side here. I'm going to actually, let's bring in our scratch paper. Just so we have a little messy station, right? Little place here. Okay, let me bring my stencil in, and the flamingo ink. So we're going to need the squares first. And you can see they're kind of tilted off to the side. It doesn't matter. Do right about there. We're going to get our flamingo ink. I'm thinking this is flamingo. It's supposed to. There's only 3 brushes, right? Yeah. All right, so I'm picking up some ink. And with the light touch, so I'm going to do a little bit off to the side because this is more muted. It's more soft. So I'm putting hardly any pressure on this to get that pretty flamingo ink on. Okay, light touch. Oh yeah, do you see that? Maybe not. It's probably hard to see. Oh, I probably shouldn't have lifted it off all the way up. There we go. But it's light, light. Okay, I made it a little more dramatic, so hopefully you can see that a little better. Now we're going to go down to the corner, the right side at the bottom. And again, it's just kind of tilted up. Same thing, flamingo ink. Light touch. So pretty. Okay. Make sure we wipe that off. I'm going to use my chamois, which is getting dry. Would you mind re-wetting my chamois, somebody? Okay, now we're going to stamp I love you to the moon and back using flamingo ink. Oh, I love that sentiment. Isn't that so beautiful? I love you to the moon and back. So let's go ahead and do the I love you sentiment first. We're going to do the flamingo ink. Let me get my it. And if you want a measurement like on that piece, let's see. Let's It's about, I'm going to measure it. Hold on. It's about 3/4 inches down. Okay. 3/4 inches down. And we're going to do I love you. Okay. There it is. And now we're going to do to the moon and back. It's on the same stamp set. Sending you smiles. It's going to go off to the right side underneath the I love you. And I'm lining up my T on the 2 in between the O and the U, and that's how I know where it went. Okay, there you go. Now we're going to stamp the swirl above and below the sentiment in periwinkle ink. Here's the periwinkle. And we're going to do that swirl, which is on that same stamp set, this one right here. Let's get our 1x1 block. Okay. I'm doing that little curly Q part on the top. And it's going to go right above where the O is, like centered to the O. Right there. Then we're going to do another one down at the bottom, but this time upside down. And it starts off a little bit before the ampersand. Go ahead and stick that back on our carrier sheet. Now we're going to do that fun little splatter stamp. So, oh, actually, let's do the distress type image first. So this one here. This one right here. It's got words. I don't even know what it says, but it doesn't matter because it's adorable. It's so cute. Well, it's beautiful. More than cute. Okay. And we're going to do periwinkle, but we're going to do second generation. Remember what second generation means? We're going to stamp it off on our scratch paper first, and then stamp it on our project. So stamp, and now stamp it on our project. And you can see it starts up kind of in the middle of the bottom of that little loop, that second loop. Okay, that looks good to me. So now I've done the second generation in periwinkle. Mine's got a little more highlights there, but all good. Looks great. It's meant to have like a distressed feeling and look. All right. Now we're going to do the splatter. So let's do that little ink splatter. Let's see, which stamp set is that one on? Oh, okay. Yep, I see it now. Okay, here it is, right in the middle, right next to that flower. So we're going to go ahead and bring in that smaller block. We're going to do this one in periwinkle. Do one right here. And one down here. And then we're going to do some stars in flamingo. Find the star. It is on this one, Sending You Smiles. So we're working with 3 stamp sets, okay? So we've got our flamingo ink, cute little star. We're going to do a star out here. and then a star down over here. Okay, I think that is all the stamping there is on this card. We're on card 3. So let's go ahead and put that away. Star away. And we're going to do another little marker paint piece. And that's, we're going to draw this line here. And we're going to use the 3 millimeter and a ruler. So you're going to need a ruler. There's my ruler. And don't worry, even if you get paint on it, you can wipe it right off. So no biggies. And you're going to put the ruler here. Let's see. As we're trying to draw a straight line, we're going to do about 1/8 of an inch, leaving this outside edge showing. Okay. So let's go ahead and get that. So I'm using my ruler. I'm going to line this up straighter. Using my desk pad as my grid. Okay. So let's go ahead. I think it's even thinner than that. It's like, yeah, it's like 1/8 of an inch. And then we're just going to go up against the ruler to make that beautiful edge. And voila, isn't that so pretty? And then I'm just going to use my chamois, or you can use a wipe or whatever, and just wipe it off my ruler. All good. Okay, so that's so pretty. I love that effect and that look. Oh, you guys are just so creative and so clever. All right, let's go ahead and move this and start building our card. We're going to go ahead and fold in. And we're going to bring in 3A. Big payoff on these cards, right? So pretty. These are good ones to have in your stash. Another beautiful card. All right, so just lining up our base here. Cover up the white daisy. Okay, now we're going to add 3B, and that's going to go in the center. So we're using the periwinkle side, but you could use that side if you wanted to. Okay, we're just going to center that on this card. And we're going to add 3C. Let's see, what is this one? 3D. Okay, 3C, here we go. And this is going to go about 1/8 of an inch in. Okay, and then we're going to line this one up right next to that. Add some embellishments and we'll be done with card 3. How perfect is that? So cute. Okay, let's bring in our beautiful little melon pearls. We're going to do a tiny one here next to that star, another tiny one over here next to the splatter, and then one down below of the splatter next to the star. Okay, there you go. There is card number 3. Yay! And the crowd goes wild. Super, super, super. I got the good job this time. Thanks, Karen. Don't worry. It comes back in tenfold tomorrow. I'll be cutting, or not tomorrow, Friday. I'll be doing the cutting for our mini album. All right, so we're doing Sweet Friend next, which is card number 4. We're going to bring in our 4 pieces. Let's do that. We're getting halfway there. Not quite, but we're there almost. All right, so card number 4. So we need 4A. Need flower and the leaf sprig. Here's a 4D. Here's a 4B. F, G, B, and E. Perfect. So cute, right? All right, so we're going to start building. Let me turn the page. We're going to stamp Sweet Friend using periwinkle ink onto a small stitched frame bracket. Okay, so one here, and we're going to do Sweet Friend. So we're going to do it vertical. Let me go ahead and here, Sweet Friend. This one right here. Okay. Sweet Friend, and we need it in periwinkle ink, and it goes right up to the top. Right here. Inside the bracket, but close to the very top. Hey, that looks great. Clean up. Stamp. Ooh, it's my lucky day. I got a nice little drink. Soda drink. And if I knew she was going to Fizz, I would have got my favorite there. Captain Jack Sparrow. That's my favorite.
It's Captain Jack Sparrow.
Oh, this is?
No, I'm asking you what.
Oh,
Captain Jack
it's
Sparrow.
a Diet Coke with coconut cream, pineapple puree.
Wow.
I mean, it's like a serious treat drink. So, yeah. Sorry, I got so distracted by the drink, I don't know where to put my stamp. Okay, here it goes. Sweet Friend right here. Okay. Let's see. And that's really the only stamping we need to do. Let's see. Oh, no, we're going to do a little more stamping. Sorry. We're going to do 4A. We're going to stamp on 4A on this side. And we're going to do, we're not stamping, we're stenciling. Sorry. We are going to stencil this little pattern. What is this one? Just the stripes? The little stripies. We're gonna stencil stripies. Let me move that. And I'm gonna line and let me measure it. Let me see where the stripies go. Stencil, let's see. How about this? Mask off one row of diagonal strips on Dreammaker stencil, then sponge row onto 4A between 3.5 and 4 inches from the top using periwinkle ink. So about at the 1/2 inch mark going up right here. Going in the right direction. And we are going to mask that top row. So let's do that. Oh, dang, just finished that. It's all right. I'll just use the bigger one because I'm out. I just finished that roll. And you do need to be a little careful with our masking tape because it does this sometimes, which is okay. You can rip that off. I just want to make sure I'm getting it all the way across. Okay, let's go ahead and tear that. That was not a pretty tear, but it's all right. It does the trick. Make sure I got that measured up right. Okay, let's bring in our periwinkle ink and our brush. Do this. So pretty. Just doing one stripe across. All the way across. Hey, look at it. Yeah, it looks great. I love it. So let's go ahead and remove that. We're going to keep that tape because I'm going to use it for some of the project. That's a lot. All right, get right here. Clean off my stencil. Okay, so now we've finished that. Now we're ready to assemble. This one's going to come together so fast. Okay, we're building. Let me put this card here. This card. So this one opens this way. Okay, so make sure your orientation is right. We're going to put down 4A to the card base. Okay. Now we're going to add these fun little pieces. So 4A, 4B, 4C. So here's 4B all the way across. And we're leaving about 1/4 of an inch from the top. Let me, I keep saying 1/4 of an inch. I'm eyeballing it. It's like 1/8 of an inch. Okay, so that was B. Let's find C, 4C. And then you're just going to put that one right up next to it. And just follow all the way across. Okay. And we've got 4D. Erin, so far so good. I haven't missed one piece. Knock on wood.
Never said that out loud.
I could have never said that out loud. That's okay. I'm just saying, like, wow, look at it go.
I know, but
So
as soon
good.
as you said that, you're gonna go, Karen, on the next card, I'm missing a piece.
4F. Look at that. Perfect, right? So good. Now we're going to do 4G, which is this zip strip here. I'm just going to put that right on top of those so that you can still see your stripe all the way across. So it's overlapping. Oh, a little short. Overlapping. Okay. We've got that one down now. So let's go ahead and add, let's add our sweet friend sentiment, shall we? Let's add that first. And it's overlapping that stripe. It's about, let's see. We'll measure it just so you know. It's about 3/4 of an inch down. Yep. That's what I was thinking. Sweet friend. We're going to add adhesive to the back of this piece. One little leaf here that was stenciled so beautifully. So now we're going to add our flower and we're going to pop the flower up. Some 3D foam tape. Add that to the back of our flower. Flower down here below. Look at that. How fast did that card come together, you guys? Wow. Okay, let's do a large center on the flower. It was a speedy. But again, you don't feel like you're losing any kind of quality the faster the card goes. Like, it's just got so much going on. It's beautiful. Okay, card number 4. Done. Check. Okay, next up we have card number 5. Okay, card number 5. So we're going to need one of our flowers that was done as a second generation, the flamingo flower. You're going to need 5A, 5B, and 5C, and 5D is a zip strip. 5D. Okay. Card base as well. Got that. And we're going to do some stamping. So cute. We're going to get a large bracket. Oh, no, not large. I'll keep saying those smaller bracket. What are these even called? I don't even think they're called brackets, but that's what I call them.
I actually think the set is called bracket
Oh, it
frames
is.
or something.
It's a bracket. It's a bracket. I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So using our 7mm, we're gonna paint over lines on the large frame or the large flower petals and the small Sundance flowers. So we're gonna color in those little, I said frames, but they're not frames. The little flowers. Okay. So we're gonna do wherever there's a center line on a petal, that's where we're adding the gold. Done. Do this one. And your project would look just beautiful without it too. So if you don't have the pins, don't fret. Just adds a little extra. But whoever's receiving the card won't care. They'll just love the card. Okay, we're going to use, let's see, use small stitch fancy bracket, then cut piece, stencil the medium leaf sprig in Sundance. So we're going to go ahead and do some stenciling. Let's bring in our leaf stencil. So this one, this is the medium one, yes. It's going to go here, and we're going to do Sundance. That's so pretty. Oh, so pretty. Okay, we're going to get our Sundance.
A lot of these people are using the gold pens for the first time and are just falling in love with them.
They're so good. They're so good. So you can see I just layered it on top of that bracket piece and just doing a light stencil. That's it. That's all we do. Isn't that? But look at the effect. It's so gorgeous. Literally in love with stenciling, you guys. Like, love what it adds to a project. Okay, so that one's done. So now we're going to stamp Have Faith. You can always use more faith. Oh, here we go. Another fun little masking. Should I just do the cut? Show them this, can I? Okay. So I'm getting my scissors. Don't worry, everyone. It's okay. So now I've made them into 2 stamps. You can mask it by doing that technique where you put tape over the word, or you see where you're going to stamp and you tape over where you don't want the ink to be. That works too. Or you can cut the stamp and now you have a separate word of have and faith, which is awesome too. Okay, so let's bring in have. And we're going to do lagoon ink this time. Oh, did you guys see that? Like my ankle gave way, you know, like I did one of these, like, I'm sure on the video feed, you'll see my hand come in like scared. I almost rolled my ankle as I went to get the lagoon ink. It's because I'm wearing these really tall wedges. They're comfortable shoes, but like it just went out from under me. Yeah, no, never really, but I don't know, just right now. All right, you see I picked up some ink on that edge, so I'm going to make sure I'm taking that off so that it doesn't accidentally get onto my project. Okay, so we've got the word have. I'm just kind of a little bit to the left above that little center peak bracket, but overlapping the stencil that we just did. And here's have, so pretty. I'm going to have to look back on the replay and see if you could see my hands coming into shot. Because that was funny. Okay, we're putting that back. See, it didn't hurt. It stamps beautifully, and now I've got 2 separate stamps. And then because I cut them from that one stamp set, let me get a larger block. I can also like stamp it still in that same direction because I can see where it was disconnected and I can connect them back up on a block because they're sticky. Isn't that cool? Was there any like gasping and how dare you?
Not yet. I'm waiting.
Okay.
We distracted them with the ankle roll.
Yeah, seriously. It was not my plan.
She's like, here comes the cutting the stamp. Hurry, act like you're about to fall over.
All right. That F fits in between the V and the E. That's where we want it so that it fits inside the bracket. Look at that. Woo, woo. So pretty. I know you were all gasping at my sleeve putting the Lagoon ink, but it didn't. Okay. So we've got that done. So we've got have faith. Oh, and we're going to do a little splatter design with the flamingo ink. So we're going to get that splatter. It came off of this stamp set right here in the center. Okay. Flamingo.
So far, people are being very positive about the stamp cutting.
Good. All right. We just put it in between the words have and faith in front of faith. Hey, have faith. Who couldn't use a card like that? I sure could. All right. We're ready to start assembling, I believe. Yep, that's it. We're going to assemble now. So let's bring in our card. Let me bring in the sample card so you can see that. See how it comes together. So let's put 5A down, which is this piece right here. We're our card number 5. Okay, that goes to the very, very top of our card base. Then we're going to do 5B. Right down here. Okay, perfect. Then we're going to do 5C, which is the bracket. Zip goes on top. Yeah. We're just centering it on the card. Now we're doing 5D, which is the zip, as Karen just said. And it goes right in the center of the bracket, covering up and connecting those two pieces. You don't see that now, right? Cool. We're going to do have faith. We're going to pop that up with 3D foam tape. In the center. So good. Now we're going to add our flowers. So we're going to pop this flower up. Let's see. We're just going to add 3D foam tape and then just regular adhesive down below. So let me show you why. This is going to be popped up and I want it to be popped up, but I don't need a double pop, right? It would be uneven if I put 3D foam tape all the way across. So the piece that isn't going to be on my card doesn't have 3D foam tape on it. I'm going to put some adhesive on it. Set that one. Okay. Now we're going to add this one, and that one's just going to go, let's see, let me see where I want it so I know how much 3D foam tape to put on. Yeah, right about there. So this petal and this petal are going to get a little bit of 3D foam tape. Just cut that in half. And add some here, and add some there, and then normal adhesive right here. Because it's going to layer on top of what's already popped up. Okay. Now I'm going to add oh, we didn't color those. I didn't see that one. Darn it. So we got to color these and then let them dry for a minute, but then you know what to do. So we'll go ahead and add some gold paint. Nope, not that one. We need this one. Yeah, this will work. So we're going to do a medium, and we're going to do one of each size. So let's do a medium, a tiny, and a large. But we're going to need to let it dry. I should have done that at the very beginning. Sorry, I missed that step. Well, it's in the instructions, it's the last step, but we need to give it some drying time. Not much. It dries pretty quick, actually. All right, so those go on our card when they're dry. And that is card number 5. Yay! Okay, card number 6. We're on deck. Card number 6. All right.
Say like a minute.
Yeah,
So
it does. I mean, 5 minutes for safety.
okay,
But I mean, do you want me to touch it? It still, yeah, it still came off on my finger, so it's not quite there yet. Oh, wrong one. I rubbed it. Okay, let those dry. All right, so we need 6A, 6B, this fun little sprig, 6C. All you need on that one. Cool. Okay, we're gonna need a bracket, the smaller bracket, and we're gonna do some stamping on this one. So we're gonna do this little stripy swash first. Oh, actually, we're told to do some marker painting first. So let's do that. Let me move all the things and grab some paper.
what about the gems? Did you already paint those, Monica?
No, we'll do those too. Yeah, let's get those done. Okay. So let's go ahead and paint the gems. Let those dry. Oh, I keep grabbing the wrong one. Okay, we'll just grab this one. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do a tiny and 2 mediums, actually. 2 mediums. And 2 mediums. Let those dry off to the side. Okay, so we're going to use the 3 millimeter, 7, 3. Okay, 3 millimeter. And we're going to draw a thin line along all sides of 6B and 6C. So here is 6C. Let me find 6B. Here's 6B. Okay. So it's going to be that same technique, you guys. The same one that we did with the ruler. We're going to do the same thing. So let's grab the ruler. Just make sure this is on straight. Okay. I'm going to draw on the outside edge a small border all the way around. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. I think it's even thinner. There we go. Right about there. That looks good. Okay. One edge. Make sure that T-ruler hits the top there. Give me the straightest edge I can get. Even. 2. Oh, it's so pretty with that gold edge. Literally, I love it. Love, love, love it. Okay, you need these markers, you guys. They are fun.
Used these markers a couple of album retreats ago, and I couldn't believe how many people said, I saw these markers in the catalog and just thought they weren't anything exciting, and using them, I'm blown away. And I think that's true every time you use these for the first time.
They're so fun.
You just go, I had no idea how
Yeah.
good those were going to be.
I don't think I had the joy of using them in the last album retreat, but this is my first experience and I love it. Okay, let's just do the other side. Yeah, on paper it dries way fast. Like I touched that and it didn't even, nothing, it was dry already. Love it. Okay. So great. Okay, so we did all those and we did the gems. So now we get to build. Let me clean this off just to make sure I don't have any gold on the edges and it comes right off. Okay, move this. We're gonna stamp. Now we're gonna do some stamping actually. Let's bring this back in. Let's bring our foam in. And we're going to stamp the line background, second generation. This one here. And it's second generation Sundance. And our Sundance ink. I have a piece of scratch paper right next to me, so I'm going to stamp it there. And now I'm going to stamp it here. Right in the center. Okay. This Sundance is a lot lighter than the sample Sundance for some reason, but I can still see it. At least it looks lighter on my cameras that I can see. Hopefully you can see it. Okay, good. Okay, now we're going to do Sending Smiles, which is the name of the stamp set. This one right here. Let's go ahead and get a block. See if it'll fit on this one. It fits perfectly. And we're going to do Lagoon ink. Right in the center on top of that second generation Sundance line. Oops. Okay. Well, now let's go ahead and start building. Yay! Let me bring my card back in so you can see the finished product as we put it together. Okay, so we've got a card base. And we're going to put 5A down. This is, oh, that's 6B. Oh, I didn't do one piece. What piece is this? 6A. Where did 6A disappear to? Darn, you guys. No, it was me. It's me. This is 6A, and we didn't do 6A. You did not put it. It was me. You're still golden, Karen. You're golden with the gold marker. All right, we're going to do some more edging on this. And we have to do it because it really does add to the finished product. So we're going to do it. Okay, so let's get our ruler again. Sorry, you guys. But worth it. Oh, wait, 6A. Let's see. Yeah, good. What is this piece? What did I miss? 6A, you're right. Oh, It's this piece and this piece. Oh, just
So
kidding.
really, you did it right all along.
I did it right the whole time. But I was so excited to do it again. Dang it. All right.
You can if you really want.
Never mind. We're going to put 6A down. I mean, yeah, we could if we wanted to. That was so funny. I was actually really excited to do it again. Okay. It's okay. It's okay, Ashley. We got to get rocking and rolling. Okay, 6A is down. Now we do 6B. I see where I went wrong. Where I thought wrong. Okay. Thanks for catching that, Ash. So 6A. And this one is it is a 1/4 of an inch. Yeah. 1/4 of an inch. And from the left. Okay. And then we're going to do 6C. This is where I got confused. Because 6C comes in about a 1/4 of an inch from the left. See? See that? It's so cute. Okay, now we're going to do sending smiles. So let's put that on 3D foam tape. Smiles. We're going to overlap that and center it. And about a 1/4 of an inch from the top of this piece here. And then we're going to add the leaf. I'm actually just going to add adhesive to the piece that's going to overlap. Oh, sending, sending miles. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. That made me laugh.
We know when we've been here a while because we get a little punchy.
Oh my gosh, that was so funny. I was going to send miles. You can give me sky miles any day of the week.
Yeah,
that
I
would make
take
me
them
happy.
too. Yep.
Okay, we've got our gold pieces. They are totally dry. Put this one down here, and then another medium size down right there. There we go. Card number 6. That was so funny. Sending miles. All right. You know what? Why don't we, while we have it here, let's go ahead and add the embellishments on this one. They're dry. So we're adding the tiny here next to the splatters, and then a medium on the Sundance flower, and then a large on the flamingo flower. All done. Okay, now it's really officially done. Okay, card number 7. Let's do it. Sending miles. Okay. Let's bring in this cute little 2nd generation sprig. Here's 7D, 7E, 7A, 7B, and 7C. So good. Okay. We're going to dovetail both ends of this one, 7E. You're going to do that little slit in the center end. And then we're going to go from one corner.
They're reminding you that you should paint your little
Oh,
girl.
thanks, you guys. You guys have my back. Just love you. I will do that right now. Hey, let's just do it all, shall we? Here, look, here's card number 8. So let's just do them. There's the last 2 that need to be done anyway. So let's go ahead and get that marker. Okay, so we're doing 3 medium size for card number 7. And then 2 large for card number 8. And then we're done with the coloring our melon dots or melon pearls. Okay, we'll let those dry. Thank you. You guys are the best. Okay, so we've got 7E, and now we're going to stamp Celebrating You in the center of this in Lagoon ink. So let's get the Lagoon ink. You see it flying because of my fan. Okay, well, I'll just put that there. And then we're going to get the sentiment Celebrating You. Right at the bottom of this one. Lagoon. Ugh, I put it on my block, you know. I did the hard edges on the outside. I hate when I do that. There's a difference. I love our blocks because they have that curved edge.
Yeah. But it hurts your fingers when you do it upside down, huh?
Okay, right in the center of that sentiment or that strip. There we go. Celebrating You. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to do some coloring of the edges on this one. Again, doing the same technique, right? Where you do the outside edge. We're going to do the 3M. 3. It's so thin, you could probably just go along the side of it. Or just do that. Just kind of doing the edge. If you want it thicker, then get your ruler out. The ruler definitely gives you a more dramatic look, so I'm going to get my ruler. You get a little stronger edge, you know? Got it. Oh yeah. See the difference? There's a big difference. Let's do the other side. So good. Okay. And then we can just do these edges like this. So you can't use the ruler on that. Okay, that looks awesome. All right, now let's go ahead and let's see, we've done that using the Dream Maker stencil and stamp set with Lagoon and Sundance ink. We're going to create a random background. So let's put that off to the side. Let's get our bracket. So let me show you what we're doing. So here, this is what we're doing. We're creating that little pattern right there with our stencil. So let's bring in our bracket. And let's get the stencils we need. So we're going to do Lagoon and Sundance ink. So I need to make sure I've got the brushes, Sundance ink, and then I've got Lagoon right here. Okay, we've got those, and then we need our stencil. I'm going to do polka dot in Lagoon. It's pretty light, you guys. So let's see if we can do a light hand, yeah? We'll do the Lagoon first. Picking up the ink. I'm going to do some off on my scratch paper first, and then just add some with a light touch. I'm not putting any pressure really, just kind of keeping it steady underneath my fingers. That. Just a tad bit more. Oh yeah, that looks good. Okay. We've got that one. And now let's get our squares. See if I can. Okay, so we're going to do the square in Sundance. But again, we don't want it straight on. We kind of want it angled to the side. I am going to do a little darker off that edge and then go light just across. Oh, that looks pretty. Okay. Then we're going to do Lagoon ink with the leaf one. If I can find it. You know, I'm sure your space is just crazy like mine. And of course, I know it's here. I just used it not too long ago. The leaf one, the leaf stencil. And I had it, like I used it not too long ago. It's gotta be here. It's here. It's here. Oh my gosh, it's so. Oh, I found it. just the just the threat of you coming up here. Not a threat. It was helpful. All right, small. We're going to do the small leaf and we're going to do the lagoon. I've already got some ink on it, so I think I'm just going to go for it. Oh yeah, it's working. Great. Look at that. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, there's our little background. Clean off our stencils. I've got them over here. I'm just cleaning them with my chamois. Get the ink off. Perfect. Okay, and now we're going to do, let's see. It doesn't say to stamp, but that's got some stamping on it. I just want to make sure, create a random background. Huh. Well, I feel like that's not on the steps, but we're doing it. So, because that's what this shows. So we're going to stamp that, even though the instructions don't tell us to do that. Sometimes that happens, right? Yeah. It's not a big deal. Okay, we're going to do second generation lagoon, it looks like. And more than one person. Yeah. Yeah. That's all right. We know what to do. Let me do it again. Perfect. Yep. That is part of it. Okay, clean that off.
It just adds so much.
It did. We needed it. We had to do it. So it's beautiful. Okay, now we're ready to assemble, you guys. That was quick. Okay, let's bring in our card base. We've got the card here. Okay, here we go. Folding it in. Mountain in, valley out. It's, what's this, a gatefold? No, not gatefold. It's directional. How do you say which direction? You're making stuff up. Do you know how they say hamburger fold or yes, thank you. That's what I was talking about. I'm not crazy. Okay. I'm a little crazy. Oh, goodness. I'm getting so ahead of myself. Okay. 7A is this piece. Let's put that down first. Obviously, I can't talk and do this at the same time. Well, actually, that's what I've been doing the whole time. But okay,
It only lasts so long before we start to slip a little bit after we've been up there,
Well, I haven't been here as long as you have I? Close, maybe close. Okay, so that's 7A. This is 7B. So that's just adding a nice little border around that pattern paper, which is a nice touch, you know. You don't have to do it, but it does frame that yellow pattern paper so beautifully. So we're going to add that. So we're going to add that right in the center of this card. Center it. Now we're ready for 7C. Look at that. It's like 1/8 of an inch border. That white daisy piece. We've got 7D, which is so pretty. Oh, it really adds doing that thin cut on this pattern paper. Look how beautiful.
Yes, I love how it's positioned on there.
So pretty. Okay, we're going to add this flat. This piece we just designed and created together. We're going to center that. We're going to add our 2nd generation Lagoon little sprig. Do it right here. And we're going to do Celebrating You with 3D foam tape. This actually fits the width of it perfectly. So let's go ahead and lay that down. Our scissors to trim off the edge. Celebrating You in the center there. How great is this card? Hey, we've got, oh, okay, 3 mediums. I'm like, what? Yeah, I was mediums. I'm like, I did the wrong size. We've got one under the T, one under the N, and one in between the G and that little space. Hey, card number 7. So pretty. Good job, everybody. Hey, last card. We're here. Home run. Home stretch, I meant. Home run. Karen, stop laughing at me.
Don't try to do the sports metaphors.
Okay, I'm laying these out backwards because we're going to be adding 3D foam tape to these, I believe. Oh, no, we're not, actually. So it doesn't matter. Okay, sheet cut out always. There we go. We've got those. So we've got the letters. We need 8A, 8B, 8C. Oh, this is fun. And Karen had already created this one for us. This is really going to come together so fast. All right, so let's see. We're going to use the 4mm gold paint marker and a ruler to paint a line at the top of this piece. This was a prep piece that we did at the beginning. Karen did this one. So let me move this stuff off of the way. And I already painted the embellishments. So done, that's done. All right, so let's do this. We're going to do the top. And okay, let me get my ruler. And it says to do 1/4 of an inch. So it is right about there. Yep, that's it. 1/4 of an inch. Okay, you guys ready? Fun times. Now I'm just painting the rest of it. Because I've got my straight edge, right? With the brush. Okay, we're gonna let that dry. Let me clean this off. Okay. And we're also going to be doing this little piece here. What is this one called? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, 8C. We're going to be doing the edges of 8C. So let's just do it now while we're here. Do it with the 3 millimeter. Ah. I just have the ruler. Here it is. Under. We're just doing the edges of this one, okay? Do that. Okay.
Here today, we're going to see this gold marker on the edges of everything.
I know, it's so true.
Yep, they're
It's
going to go.
so good.
Have to do it on all things
So
from now on.
good. Thank you, Pamela Blackwell. It just makes everything look so fancy. Okay, we're done with that. And clean the ruler off. Alrighty, let's do some stamping, shall we? We're going to stamp the word in my heart. In my heart. Right here, right there. In my heart. We're going to do it in Sundance ink. I feel like I got it on there crooked. Do that trick. Okay. Hey, let's do the Sundance ink. Right in the center. The sentiment itself is a little crooked. I kept thinking it was crooked on my stamp, but it's actually that IN is going up and the heart is going down. Okay, perfect. It's just the treatment. It's the style. It's cute. But it wasn't my eyes going wonky. Okay. Got that stamped. Beautiful. Okay, now we're going to assemble. Last card. What a mess I have made up here. Wow. I can't believe it. There's just stuff everywhere. How's your space looking? I know how mine is. All right, so we're going to be opening it up hamburger stuff. I'm tired. I'm cracking my own stuff up. Okay. You do. You get a little punchy up here after a while. Well, I'm just hearing yourself talking for 2 hours. I'm like, stop talking. Stop talking. Okay. That was 8A. Now we're going to attach 8B, which is dry. Look at how beautiful that is. Oh. Okay, and we're going to leave about an eighth of an inch down from the bottom and the sides. Okay, now we're going to add adhesive. So we've got A, B, oh, let's do C, and then we'll add the title of the card, always. So let's go ahead and add some 3D foam tape to this piece, 8C. And that fit perfectly. Okay, 8C. I'm putting it towards the right with about 1/8 of an inch and a 1/2 inch from that gold painting that we did right there. So now let's do the always. I'm going to use my all-purpose mat just in case I get adhesive off. It's easy to wipe up and off. So we're going to start with always. Actually, I want to start with the S. Make sure I've got enough room. Start with the S. We'll work backwards. Okay. So we're going to do the S right here off the edge. See a little bit of that bottom part of the S peeking through that painted part. Do the Y. Here, you can see that one there. That's what I'm mimicking. A. Lost the W. Really? That's unfortunate. I'll put adhesive on these and pray that this W shows up. It's here, right, guys? It's there. Oh, goodness. Sticking to me. All right, we're looking for the W. Make sure it didn't get stuck in my... I did. I sure did. Yeah. I don't know the best of us. Oh, okay. Thank you. Can you put me a W really quick?
Yep, I can.
How weird is that? I mean, it's not weird. It happened.
As soon as I cut it out, you'll find it.
Just because you said that. It's really gone. All right, well, we'll add adhesive to the L. And then while the W is getting cut out, let's go ahead and add our embellishments. See, we're still being productive. One outside of the T, underneath. And then one under the R. So good. Okay.
And here you go.
And a W just magically appears. Thank you, Karen. Sorry, I lost it. It's here somewhere.
Yeah, it'll show up.
Okay, we've got a W. W. The L. Add adhesive to it, and then the A. And that, my friends, is the end. That is card number 8. How beautiful are these cards? Shall we just take a gander really quickly? One more time. Let's just look. So we did card number 1, card number 2. Here, let me get them all in the camera there for you. Card number 3. This is number 8. Did card number 4. So great, right? So those are 4 cards. We just finished those. Then we have card number 5, card number 6, card number 7, and card number 8. Gorgeous, gorgeous workshop. Good job, everybody. Yay! Here, let me turn off my Beyonce hair so you guys don't have to see my hair blowing in the wind. And let's do a giveaway, shall we? Woo! We're giving away the Melon Mania Coordinating Cardstock. Yahoo! Now, if you see your name on the next slide, please email ctmhoffice@closetomyheart.com with your address. Oh, look who won one. Pamela Blackwell.
Oh, that's
Well, you deserve it, Pamela, and more. So thank you. That is so funny. She was the designer of this workshop. Well, look at that. What are the chances? All right. Well, huge congratulations to each of you.
And a thank you very much, everyone. We are so happy that you joined us in this gorgeous card making workshop featuring Dream Maker, which is no longer available. So you want to make sure you get in on those specials while you can. We will be coming back on Friday at 2 p.m. Mountain Time, Karen and I again, and we're going to be doing a 6x8 gorgeous mini album. So we will see you Friday at 2 p.m. right here on this page. It's a free Facebook Live. Lots of giveaways again for that one too, so make sure you join us. Thanks so much and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day or evening.